We have a quorum, so we'll start our Finance and Performance Committee. Apparently Elaine's having problems, so not sure how that's going to resolve itself. So we have apologies from Councillor Fletcher, from the Mayor for lateness, and from David Taipuri for lateness. Councillors, I just want to mention the passing of Jonah Lomu. I know that we will be doing this more formally next week, but I just thought this is the first council meeting of the whole, and it would be remiss not to mention his passing. So, and I'm sure that our condolences go to his friends and family. As I say, we'll be doing more formal at the governing body meeting. Declarations of interest.
Sorry, we didn't move apologies.
Oh, moved apologies, sorry.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Darby. Declarations of interest, there were none received. Confirmation of minutes of the 28th of October. Would someone move those to be a correct record?
Excuse me, have you had apologies, Madam Chair?
Yes.
Could you just add apologies for lateness for Councillor Watson?
No,
Sure.
we can't accept
Yes.
Just put it all the time.
unless he's sent it through to the chair,
Is
chair
this all the time?
or the committee.
Yeah, no, you can't do that.
Can't.
Thank you.
Every meeting.
Can someone move the minutes of the last
I will.
meeting? Thank you, Councillor Cooper, seconded by...
Yep.
Thank you, Councillor Penrose. All those in favour?
Aye.
Against? Carried. Moving right on, we have no petitions, we have no public input, we have no local board input, we have no extraordinary items, we have no notices of motion. So we'll go straight on to item number 9, Auckland Council Performance Report. And we have Kevin and Jenny, welcome. And are you all fixed? Good. Great. Thank you.
Good morning, councillors. We've got a brief presentation to take you over, give you a brief overview of the first quarter's performance results. Okay, so this performance report is for the Auckland Council parent. The group results will be presented next by Francis. The content of the report, just briefly, there's 3 key sections. There's a highlights and achievements section, the performance measure results, and then the financial performance results. Attached to the report, there's a number of appendices. We've got further information around key performance indicators. There's economic data, a treasury report, professional services expenditure, Lagoima information, and also some customer service information for you. Okay, so just a bit of a snapshot of some of the growth indicators we've seen recently. The first graph there on the top shows you the annual net migration, and you can see the blue line there is Auckland trend. And in the last 2 years, there's been a sharp increase in the number of immigrants coming into Auckland. In particular, in the last year, we've seen a 40% increase year on year, so it's a big shift upwards. Just flowing through to the Auckland Council impact for us and our consenting services in particular, you can see the next graph down there shows building consents and the sharp lift up that we've seen in the number of building consents received. There's a 15% increase there, and there's a number of other stats there showing our increase in growth volumes. And the last item there is the resource consents, where you can see a 12% increase in the number of resource consents received. So obviously the strong growth in consenting services also means impact for us in terms of our service delivery and achieving our performance targets. So before we go into the performance measures section, just a bit of an overview as to the changes that have happened with the performance measures since the adoption of the recent long-term plan. So we have seen a big shift and decrease in the number of KPIs that we are now reporting on. There's about a 50% reduction. And if you look at the little yellow piece there, that's, for example, the local boards, where we had 34 KPIs per local board. That's now decreased down to 18 KPIs per board. And overall, we've got about 213 down to 103, so a big shift and reduction in the number of KPIs. In this first quarterly report, we've reported on 40% of the measures, and we're working to increase that so that each quarter you get an early heads up as to how we're tracking during the year. There are about 30% of the measures where they depended on annual surveys, and we'll report on those at the end of the year. These KPIs do need to meet all the external audit requirements, and as there are a number of new ones, there is still work happening in terms of bedding down our processes and systems to report on those accurately. The next slide provides a summary of our overall performance measure results for the first quarter. You can see the big green section of the pie graph there shows 67% of the performance measures were achieved for the first quarter, and there's some examples there of some of the KPIs that were achieved. There were 10% of the KPIs were substantially achieved, and then the red section there shows 23% of the KPIs where we did not achieve our targets. A number of those are in the regulatory space, and there are challenges in the business in terms of delivering to the growth in the city and achieving those targets. And there is work happening in the business to improve service delivery and work to improve the results in that area. So I won't go through all of those. The report does have trend graphs showing the previous quarter's results, and also commentary from the business around some of the key KPIs and what they're doing to improve performance. Okay, the next slide provides a summary of our capital investment to date and debt management. So for the first quarter, we've completed $88 million worth of work, which is about 15% of the program for the year. Total approved investment for the year is $572 million. So we're tracking well there, and there's a photograph there of Albany, the swimming pool that's currently being constructed. And then alongside that, the debt management piece. At the end of the first quarter, we're at $6.7 billion debt for the council parent. And the LTP's got a forecast level of $7.1 billion, and we're on track to be in line with that LTP forecast. Okay, financial performance, just a summary there. I won't go through all the details there. Maybe just to look, if you look at the very bottom line there, the net surplus, year to date, it's unfavourable result of $126 million. And the reason for that, if you just go one line above there, the net non-operating expenditure line, included in there is the treasury derivatives, so the fair value adjustment that we do each month for those derivatives. And just a reminder that that is an accounting non-cash entry that goes through. The net, just going further up there, one line above, the net operating surplus, so that's the area that we really focus on. That's sort of the controllable element of our budgets, and that's showing a good favourable year-to-date result of $5 million to budget. So we're on track there, and we're working to achieve the year-end budgets and not have any overspends. So to summarise, so for the first quarter of performance results, we've got no areas of material concern. The performance measures are largely tracking on track, and there are some areas where performance needs to improve, and we're working on that. The operational financial performance results are also on track, and we're better than budget by $5 million. And capital investment to date on track, we've spent $88 million. And also debt management, we're at $6.7 billion, and that aligns with our LTP forecasts. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And my question is probably to Dean or Ian. I'm getting increasingly number, and I think the rest of us might be as well, people concerned about building consents, not building consents so much, but inspections, having to wait sometimes up to 10 days for inspections. So I know we talk around here, some people talk about cutting staff, but you know, if we've got the staff in the right places and enough of them, I know that it's something that Councillor Penrose has been talking about a lot and doing a lot of work on, but certainly in the last 3 weeks, I've had 3 separate builders phone me saying they're concerned, particularly when the weather, you know, they're so dependent on the weather and getting those inspections done. So could someone sort of tell me what we're doing about that?
Good morning. Ian McCormick. I lead the building control team. So in terms of, I suppose the situation we've got at the moment is we're having an increase in the number of building consents lodged. And if we actually look at the type of building consents lodged, it should be no surprise that there's a disproportionate increase in the residential area. Residential consents typically require more building inspections than other types of inspections, and so that puts a disproportionate load on our inspections team. At the moment in our inspections area, as many of you will be aware, we're having a fail rate of approximately, say, 20 to 30% month on month, and that fluctuates quite significantly from area to area. We also have some quite significant fluctuations in our inspection demand, and that varies from day to day, week to week, across the region. So it provides, I guess, some challenges in terms of way we deliver inspections. So the first thing I'd like to say is I'm not aware, and I keep a close eye on our statistics of anyone waiting 10 days for a building inspection. Certainly in some areas we have wait times that currently go up to 5 days. Many of you will say, well, that's a long time. People who are working on a site have the ability to obviously plan ahead. That's what most folk do, and they book ahead. We also provide a standby inspection system, so if someone's ready for their inspections then and there and are available for that inspection at any time during the day, they can go on our standby list, and typically we are delivering most of those standby inspections across the region on any given day. Some of you might think, well, hang on, if you've actually got your team fully loaded, how can it be that you end up in a situation where you have you're able to provide these standby inspections? The reason we're able to provide the standby inspections is we're still finding that we have quite a large number of people who are still booking inspections and then cancelling them at the last minute, which causes us some challenges. So we're working with the industry in that respect, but it remains a challenge for us to deal with. In terms of what are we doing at the moment and why are we under particular pressure at the moment, we're under particular pressure at the moment because we had a number of inspectors leave our inspectorate over the last, say, 9 months, and we've been recruiting for those positions. It typically takes us about 4 months for a building inspector or a person who joins our building inspection team to be capable of working independently, even at our lowest level of competency. So we have a system where we rate our team and to ensure that they're competent to work on a given level of complexity, and that actually indicates which part of it, which inspectors are able to do which type of inspections across the region. So we are rapidly looking to fill that void. We had 16 building inspectors go through a training school which we have developed. It's a sort of a pressure cooker sort of fast track system for our building technical folk. We had 16 go through that course 2 months ago, and they're beginning to come on stream now, so that'll make a significant difference. Imagine 16 out of a total inspectorate of about 120, we're talking about a 10% increase. We've also got another training school that's running at the moment, and I understand there's probably another 9 building inspectors going through that. So again, it's another 9 who will come available onto our inspections team. It's roughly, again, probably a total of a 20% increase. But the difficulty is, I suppose, the gap and actually filling that. So what else are we doing? We're also, in terms of technology, we're rolling out mobile technology. We've rolled out tablets to our folk in the in our central and southern areas, so we're getting some efficiencies and basically productivity increases as a result of that, and we're in the process of rolling that out through our northern and western area, which will again increase our productivity. We've got an arrangement with Wellington City Council to provide inspection support, so we've got one of their folk up here at the moment providing some support for us as well. And a number of other initiatives. So that's just off the top of my head. So we are under load. It's a fluctuating load. We've got another piece of technology we're working on at the moment, which is a booking and allocations tool, which will enable us to be able to react more effectively to those fluctuating inspection booking levels across the region, and then redeploy our teams more rapidly to be able to address that and make more effective use of them. And we're hoping that tool will be available for us in January. So a long answer.
Well, no, well, thank you very much for that, Ian. I actually asked one of the builders to talk to the Master Builders Association, and I've got a list here. North Shore, Takapuna 10 days, Millwater 9 to 10, and so on. So I will give you this, and, you know, I know, Councillor Penrose, do you want to make any comments, because you've been all over this too?
Yeah, I will, Madam Chair. First of all, I want to start off with saying, acknowledging both Dean and Ian in this particular role. I want to say this first. I want to start off with. Actually, I'll back up a little bit here. I don't know about you people around this table, but I take my regional role pretty serious, and I don't get a lot of time in my own ward, specifically because I'm here to represent the region. This morning I got on the motorway at 20 to 6, and I think Councillor Cashmore gets on about the same time when he leaves his gate at Owerri Point. If you don't hit the south by about 5:30, 20 to 6, you're stuffed. This morning, I don't know if you all know, but it's 2 hours to get into the CBD of Auckland. 2 hours. Yesterday it was now 45. That's the reality of it. When I jumped on at Drury this morning at 20 to 6, it was backed up to Drury from Takanini. And normally a 4-minute trip from between Takanini and Papakura and Takanini. 29 minutes on average, and that's when you hit it at 6:15 in the morning. 29 minutes. That's the reality of it. And things aren't getting better. And this is people not just living in Auckland, it's people coming outside Auckland. Narrawahia, Tikawata, Mercer, Mary, Thames, Baumarua, the whole lot. That's the reality. Hamilton included. So where am I going with this? Auckland's growing faster than we can keep up with. I want to acknowledge Ian in particular, because I have regular catch-ups with Ian. I've been concerned about this area since the day I came into this particular role in regulatory. And I monitor it pretty closely with the team, and I want to acknowledge that team. They're doing an outstanding job, like our bylaws team, outstanding job delivering some outcomes to Auckland. But we have challenges, massive challenges. We talked about when we had the cabinet ministers around this table not long ago, and I bailed the minister up after the meeting and said, you know, how can we do it better? He said, well, look at the 20 Canadians that we brought in for Christchurch. So Ian looked into that. I won't go into it here, but there's challenges there too. Massive challenges. It's not an easy fix, especially when you've got the industry is growing faster than we can keep up with. The explosion in Auckland, you know there's 4 big key projects that's coming on stream for Auckland in the next 3 months. Massive projects and disruptions that's going to cause Auckland CBD in the next 5 years, over the next 5 years. So what do we do about it? Well, to me, it's pretty easy. While we get criticised for having staff, too many staff, and there might be some areas that we need to address, and I think the CEO is addressing that. Over time, he's addressing that over the next couple of years. But you've got to give him a wee bit of slack to be able to do that with. We're still 3% lower than when we first came in with the 8 councils together for staffing across the organisation. 3% less than when we had 8 councils together. But the CEO is trying to work on that. My critical issue here is that we've got to have people in the right areas, building and resourcing areas. That's what grows our city, whether we like it or not. And I keep going on about it. Newcore in particular. We didn't ask for the super city. We got the super city. We didn't ask for the IT upgrade. We have to do it. And if we don't do it, we can't get those efficiencies. We can't deliver the outcomes that all of us around this table want, whether you're in Rodney in the far north or you're in Belmont, Pukekohe in the far south. Everybody should be able to walk into those service centres and get the same information. That's what they're expecting. Last night I read the paper. Last night, criticising council, us around this table, why we haven't got one consistency across our waste minimisation, our rubbish bags and rubbish bins. Hello, There's a cost factor. Hello, no one wants to pay for it, but everyone wants it. Simple as that. You would have seen your agenda, guys. Building control, lodged consents, volumes up 15% compared to the first quarter of a year ago. This equates to the average increase of approximately 1,000 consents per month. 1,000 consents per month. Inspections are up 10%. Sale of information is up 37%, first quarter compared to the last year. Compliance services are significantly up. 312% increase in issues related to what Ian has talked about, notices to fix. Notices to fix. Now, we all complain around this table when we talk about leaking buildings and what we've gone through. Now, I can remember under PDC, I think we had 4. We had 4 leaking homes, but the rest, we've had to pay for what the rest of Auckland. That's the reality of it. But do we want to go back down that track? I don't want to. And on my watch, I don't want someone in 5 years' time to say, what did you do about it? Well, I'm doing something about it, because I've got to make sure these guys have got the tools in the toolbox to be able to deliver with. This is a result of dangerous and non-compliant buildings. Hugely dangerous and non-compliant buildings. We've had a huge increase in resource consents. What do we do about it? What I'm pleased to hear today is the CEO and Dean Kimpton have given Ian the go-ahead to employ 20 more staff and increase the salary band. It's absolutely critical for those people around this table who have been in business or are still in business, understand you've got to pay to get right people in the industry. You've got to pay for it. If you don't pay for it, you don't get them. The problem we've got in this area, guys, the city is growing faster than we can keep up. That's the reality of it. The other area is that we've got people in the private sector taking our qualified guys away from us. And not just the private sector, but from different TLAs across the country. Different councils across the country are taking their guys. Why wouldn't you go? Now, I'm only just trying to stab in the dark here, guys. I'm not going into people's salary bands. Argument's sake, 65k. If you're going to get offered 85k and go and live in Dunedin, the workload's a lot less, traffic congestion's easier, lifestyle's a hell of a lot better, where would you go? That's the reality of it. So, you know, we've got to be able to give the tools in the toolbox for our guys to be able to deliver outcomes for us. So, we've got at this stage 4 vacancies for inspectors, and processing, we've got 14 vacancies. But there's a whole process in here, and I won't go into how that complies and how that works in together. Ian's probably better to explain it than me. But today, people around this table, I've been saying for 12 months, 18 months now, that I have real concerns where we sit on this. How we deliver outcomes. New core is absolutely fundamental to delivering some of the stuff in the regulatory area. I'm saying that, you've heard Ian, the new technology will be coming to roll in mid-December, Ian, mid-December, some of the new technology for the guys out in the field there, so they don't have to come to the local office each day, they can go straight to the job and get on with it. That's what we're after. At the same token, people, I say, it's like our animal management. You know, we can criticise animal management. We're saving the Auckland councillors $800,000 a year. We've brought the services in-house. We're delivering better outcomes. Yes, we've probably employed 40 staff, but what are we saving? What are we saving? I say, get out there, jump in a vehicle and go out with the guys and see what's actually happening out there. That's what I do, and I'm doing. And see what's actually happening out there across the region. And support the team that we've got. Madam Chair, I'll leave it there.
Thank you, and I was getting told off for allowing you to do that, but it's very important. This is a performance report, and building consents and inspections, as well as resource consents, are part of that report. Thank you. Councillor Quacks.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I'm just interested. I know that there's a big increase in the consents for dwellings and sites, but it doesn't, it doesn't tell us how, it's a forward-looking figure, but it doesn't tell us how many houses, how many dwellings are actually being built. And this is for 1 quarter, 4,379. So, if you extrapolate that out, you'd think, well, over 16,000 houses, dwellings will be, or sites will be available. I'm just wondering if that's, just give me a sense of what you're seeing and what your views are on how many buildings, how many dwellings will actually be built over the next 12 months? Because that carries on for what Councillor Penrose was talking about, and should give you an idea of what you'll need in terms of staff numbers as well.
Councillor, and I'm sure one of my staff will correct me here, last financial year, approximately 5,450 residential units were delivered to the Auckland market. That'll be significantly more this coming financial year. If you look back to, say, 2004, 2005, when we last had a significant building boom, when we were delivering a large number of residential units and building stock to Auckland, the majority of the residential units were delivered in the form of large multi-unit developments, and certainly looking at the pipeline that I've got some visibility of through our pre-application process, there's a large amount of commercial development coming through multi-storey residential units, which will significantly up the number of residential units that we're seeing at the moment.
Yeah, thanks for that, Ian, and I appreciate all the work that you and your team do. So back in 2004, 2005, when we reached a figure of across the region of somewhere around about 12, 13,000 dwellings per annum, what kind of staff were working in your area at that stage? And obviously, we weren't amalgamated then. So, but across the whole region, how many people were working in this area?
I would struggle commenting on that. All I can say is in the last 18 months, I've increased our establishment by about 46 technical roles. 46 technical roles out of approximately, currently I think my technical role establishment's about 240. So we're talking significant increase in what we had 18 months ago. What I could comment on is that the team that I've got is significantly more experienced than what I had in 2005 when I was at Auckland City Council as a building control manager. Significantly more, have better tools available to deliver the services they need to. We didn't have any mobile technology capability. We didn't have a regional digital consent lodgement capability, which we're developing at the moment, which is really going to have a huge implications for the quality of the service we provide. The ability for people to be able to lodge consents digitally, for us to be able to process them digitally, get rid of that river of paper. It's a massive productivity gain for us, which we're on the doorstep of at the moment. I think we're doing probably 50 digital consents a month at the moment, and we'll be looking at significantly ramping that up as we go, so that's going to make a big difference. One of the great things at the moment, which we didn't have in 2005, is, I suppose, the capacity to make use of the rest of the country to assist us to process building consents. So at the moment I'm talking to two large territorial authorities who have exactly the opposite situation that we've got. They've actually got a construction industry that's going backwards, and they've actually got spare capacity, quite a considerable amount of spare capacity. So we're in the final stages of signing some contracts with them, and we'll be able to use our newly developed digital channel to be able to shift work digitally down to them. They'll process it digitally and send it back to us. So we're well advanced in that. We've had a lot of conversations with those organisations. We've reviewed their policies and procedures. We've sampled the quality of the work that they do, and we're very happy with it. And so again, that will enable us to have some contingent overflow capability, which we'll be using to help with what we think will be a significant increase in processing. We're able to find folk in the inspections area, recruits a lot more readily than processing. Processing is probably the hardest area for us to find recruits. We're doing a lot of things at the moment to address that. One of the great things we've got going at the moment is our graduate program. So we bring 6 to 8 graduates on every year. But we're in the 3rd year of that now. And it takes them a little while to become fully productive. We rotate them around the team, but the first 6 are coming online and moving into permanent positions, and they're multi-skilled at a high level of competency, so that'll make a difference. So yeah, there's some really great things. I mean, I guess this acceleration's just probably come 6 months too early for me, but we're certainly we've got a lot of things there that'll make a big difference.
Thanks for that very thorough answer.
Thank you. Councillor Casey.
One comment and 2 questions. My comment is just to congratulate animal management. That's one of those targets I watch every single time, and that's the first time 100% for urgent dog attacks has been gained, and that's the benefits of in-house. Thank you. 2 questions. And again, it's the usual, but it worries me that these figures are still quite high. I'm looking at the complaints that come in. I'm on my page 39. Complaints increased by over 10%. The one that bothers me more than any is our contractor behaved unprofessionally or incompetently. That's 11%, and it's always over 10%. And I want to know what we're doing about that. How do we deal with it? I mean, that's about 135 complaints about our contractors. So who deals with it, and how do we monitor that? The second question is the same table where it says 15% thought our service standard was inadequate or inefficient. Is somebody looking at which areas are substandard or inefficient?
Through the chair, so the first thing about the increase in the complaints in this last quarter was a spike to do with the rates complaints. So most of the other complaints are pretty static in terms of where they're coming in the departments that they come through. And in answer to your 2 questions around what we're doing, in the last couple of months we've had this new measurement system where we can actually do the root cause, which gives us some further insight into where those complaints are from, what the root cause is, and we're able to start working with the departments on them. I think Dean might be better to answer some of the questions around the contractors, because there's a whole new section within operations that's going to look at how we manage our contracts. So in terms of managing the complaints, we make sure they go to those business units to look at. And yes, indeed, particularly you might have seen, I think we've talked in the past about the waste management, solid waste complaints. We work with that department. We've done some customer-centric design work around how we're actually dealing with the customers. So we design processes, and then the customer feedback from the complaints is used to start looking at what worked and what didn't. Inorganic collections recently, so there's been a lot of feedback around the change in the system. So some of those complaints are to do with that, and if you start digging down into what it is, it's a change in the process, it's a lack of understanding, it's about the way that we've communicated. And with anything new, we're learning. So a lot of these things that you're seeing with this root cause is to do with new things that we've introduced. And yes, we do work with the departments, and then it sits with them to start making the changes from the learning.
So we should see that come down?
I think actually I'd say we should see complaints go up as we're starting to get them. we want to get more in there so that we can learn from them. We know that there are things that we don't capture. We know that complaints out to the field staff, for example, that are invisible. We know that a lot of the things are dealt with, even by you and by the local boards. They're not necessarily going into the system, and we're trying to get them in there, which means that we actually have a fairer picture. So at the moment what you see is contractor complaints because they're really easy to understand and see. But some of the other things that are dealt with and resolved, people just move on from them. There's a lot of things I think go directly to officers, so they'll have a transaction in a normal way, and then the complaint goes to them, they deal with it, and we don't see that. So that's what we really want to see, so that we actually understand. If you looked at it with the data that we have, Howick and Ōrākei are the 2 local boards that have the most complaints, but I think that's just that they make it into the system. And in terms of the topics, they're things that rubbish is something that matters to people on a daily basis, so they do call. There's my rubbish sitting with rats and dogs and things like that, so there's something that really pushes them. And what we want is to get all of those other things so that we can have a fair organisational picture of what we should be fixing.
And just one other quick question. I was quite puzzled by the separation out of emails or interactions from solicitors. Why do you differentiate a punter from a solicitor, and what were they all about?
Right. So the reason that that's flagged out in that report is that otherwise the figures will look like the emails have gone down by 10 or 20% year on year because we've actually changed the process. So the system, we've improved a process for solicitors. If you think of the number of house sales, every house sale requires a change of the rates, so each party has to pay the correct rates and the solicitors get those. Rather than go through our standard email channel, we've set up a direct system where they go and those are processed in a much shorter time frame.
Queries.
That's usually what they are. So it's the solicitors getting the rate settlement for each house sale. And once we get past that, then it'll be emails year on year will be the same.
Thank you. Councillor Wood.
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair. I just had a call from the chair of the Hibiscus Bays local board this morning. She actually rang to tell me that they're going to support a higher UAGC. So 3 out of the 4 boards on the shore are going to be supporting a higher. But anyway, the thrust of the issue was an article in the North Shore Times yesterday which headed up Park Service Standard Changes Anger Boards. And they're really up against it, obviously, and the interesting comment is that we are going to harmonise the standards. Isn't the word more dumbing down? That's what the local boards on the shore see it as, standards, dumbing down the standards. So anyway, the question I want to ask is this. Councillor Walker, Wayne Walker from the Albany ward, was at their meeting last night and he indicated that their board should renegotiate the parks contract so that they can find the funds to do other work. So I want to know, is that correct that they can renegotiate that contract? And if so, how do they go about it?
Point of order, Madam Chair. I was at that meeting. If Mr Wood's going to quote me, I'd prefer it be accurate because I have some point of difference with what his statement is. But I'll just leave that on the table.
Can we have the answer?
Yeah, without too much detail I can't go into, but what I can advise is that the contracting basis, as you remember, has been broken into regional, sub-regional parts of the entire Auckland area. So at the moment there are 4 regional portions. So the contract negotiations are on a regional basis, but the local boards do have input into the levels of service if they wish to discuss those. And there was a major rollout, Ian Maxwell rolled that through with all the local boards, which was about 3 years ago, which was discussing with the local boards the level of services being provided for things like parks maintenance, facilities management and cleaning programs. So there were discussions, but it's not that each local board can go and negotiate with individual contractors, no. They're actually done on a more centralised basis, but the input comes from the local boards when those negotiations are underway.
So the figures that is quoted from the newspaper, it's quoting, and I think the board chairs would be probably just telling it correctly, it's looking about less than 200,000 for each board that they'd be looking for to get their standards back to what they have been. So is it possible for those matters to be negotiated in the new contract rounds? Because I think it's pretty substantial, the contracts, and I just wonder if, you know, we can find something in that area to try and placate the concerns of the local boards who are, you know, grieving as well as their communities, because the boards represent what the feelings of the communities are. And, you know, I hear the same thing from my communities, that they're concerned about the levels of service. So how is that something we can do reasonably soon?
Look, the contract negotiations will be coming up again in from memory, 18 months' time, so there can be discussions around service levels. But the numbers you've quoted based on newspaper representations of what local board chairs said, I can't comment on, because I'm not sure exactly how accurate those are. As Sally's just mentioned, information is the key here. So if we can get quality information.
I've got the information here.
Kipton may want to comment further.
Look, we've many times around this chamber, and certainly with local boards, we've had discussions around how we balance out levels of service across Auckland. And one thing we've discussed many times, both here and in local board chair forums in particular, is we can't afford to lift the level of service to the highest level and ensure consistency that way. So the staff are genuinely trying to sort out where the right level of service lies. You also voted as a governing body to require of us long-term plan savings in the annual budget. Okay, so the staff are once again working with consistency across the region, looking at savings through the long-term plan into annual plan budgets so we can hold rates down, and looking for where those savings lie. So they're trying their best. In terms of the opportunity for local boards to then say, we feel that the direction maybe has gone slightly in the wrong way, and that's certainly the issue that was highlighted in North Shore Times.
the major contracts across parks are coming back out for renewal in about 18 months. I think that's correct. And we're having a good hard look at those. So where we can get better value for money and maintain or improve the level of service, we'll always look to do that. But right now, we're working through those issues. So I think we're asking for patience. We want you to understand we're working with good intent to try and maintain a level of service. Those levels of services have been agreed, and we want to look for providing that across the city. There are times, though, when we drop our guard and when things don't go as planned, and we get that feedback, we get it very fast, sometimes from you and certainly from the public, and we'll always look to get it sorted, okay? So that's a different issue. Poor performance is a different issue from consistency across the region.
So will you follow up, will you be after that article, will you talk to those local boards or get the people from parks to talk to them?
So we will certainly follow through with that local board cluster, and as a matter of fact, we have local board chairs forum on Monday, and I'm sure that subject will come up.
Okay, thank you.
And
Thank you.
and just a reminder, local boards are coming in Friday week.
Madam
and
Chair.
Monday.
Madam Chair, I just want to know if Dean can just back up the new structure that he's putting in place and around the parks. And this is critical to it because one that's been vocal on this for the last 5 years to where we're heading to, I'm a liking, and I think that'll put some context to it in regards to the park structure.
Yep.
So we talked about it briefly previously as well, and one of the things I've been doing with the overall operations service delivery team is having a look at how better to organise ourselves to lift productivity, efficiency and ensure consistency of level of service. So in effect what we've done is we brought all those maintenance, renewals, operational activities in terms of maintaining our buildings and our parks and our assets together. And there we expect, because we have brought them together and we're driving that common standards, common approach, we expect to be able to well, we're focusing on 3 areas. One is delivering on the work plans that we've agreed, regionally and locally, to ensure consistency across our standards, across service levels, sorry. And then we've got efficiency targets we need to achieve as an organisation, and we'll achieve it better when we've got, when we're properly organised to do that. So in previous discussions I've undertaken that we want to land that new structure this side of Christmas, which we will. Go live is next Monday, and by the end of the first quarter next year we'll have that properly settled, and I think you'll see problem reducing, and then we can start to focus on increasing performance through efficiency.
Thank you, Dean. Councillor Clow.
Question for Dean, but because Ian's not here. Firstly, Dean, obviously, I think just about all the councillors realise the immense pressure that we're all suffering with Auckland's growth, and obviously it's an area in consents and inspections that putting pressure. But on the figures in the report here about non-notified resource consent applications and percentage of building consent applications processed within 20 days, those figures look pretty good comparatively. Are they still? Because Ian indicated the biggest area of issue for him is to find people to recruit people to do the actual consents processing. Are we actually sitting at 96% and 97% at the moment?
So
as of today?
Yes, we are. That's a real number. In fairness to everybody, so we've got a common understanding here. We are putting a stronger focus on the quality of the original application coming in. So where we get into trouble is we're receiving applications not of sufficient quality. It can then sit longer in that pipeline. So we're putting emphasis at the front, so we don't accept poorer quality applications at the outset. So if we get that gate right, that allows us to maintain that focus on delivering within those statutory time periods. The other measure that we've agreed with the Office of the Auditor General is also not only to focus on that statutory clock, but also to look at total elapsed time. And they'll give you two different perspectives on efficiency. And so that's the other thing that the developer market is very interested in. So you'll see that reporting come through and will give a stronger reflection of actual performance. But in terms of those measures, they're accurate.
Thank you. Councillor Wayne Walker.
Sure. Yeah, thanks a lot. First off, just around resource consents, you mentioned that building consents are going to be going digitally, so people can lodge it digitally. How are we tracking around resource consents?
We're proposing the same.
So timing around that?
Our primary focus has been on the building consents side of things at this stage. As we bring Nucor on board and it gives us that common platform, I'd expect that you'll see more of that digital interface. You've heard about resource management, work scheduling. There'll be apps that allow internal or external use to see our data that should be in the public domain, and then you'll see the digitising of our work processes occurring, and you'll see all of those things continue to emerge over the next 2 years. I think you'll start to see that coming on board. I can't give you a specific time frame on resource consents because I don't recall it, Councillor Walker, but the next 2 years you'll start to see this move.
Okay, and the other question just goes to the issue around building consents and the obvious problem around finding people and people leaving. Do we maintain a database across that area so that we've conceivably got point of contact with people that have left? We're engaging with other councils, say in Australia, where they might have a bit of a downturn and they've got capacity. Just what's our intelligence across that space? Ian
McCormick's one of the most connected people into that industry that I know of. So we have got lots of intelligence on where workload lies and where there's capacity. He meets regularly at a national level with that very subject in mind. And yes, we do maintain contact with former employees.
Okay, and just another question about the digital interface. One of the things that's quite clumsy right now is the no spray register that obviously runs through the transport corridor, but it also impacts on parks because people around parks often want to register. What's the timeline around making that a digital interface so that you can essentially do it online and you can cut out some of the significant delays that occur now?
I'm sorry, Councillor Walker, I don't know the answer. I know that that's the area that we want to work on and improve, so that's absolutely understood. As for the time frame, I don't know. I'd have to come back to you with the answer.
Thank you. Member Taipari.
Kia ora, Madam Chair. Just some smaller matters. In terms of the references to Matariki and Te Wiki o Te Reo Māori, which is very good. I'm just wondering if there's any way of measuring the numbers that actually participate in that. And if there's even further breakdown of if Māori are actually getting to participate in that and getting the benefit of that. So it makes references to inspiring events and like that, but doesn't really give an indication of whether that participation is there or not. Can you measure that?
Yes, through the chair, we'd have to check on that exactly what details I've got. Some of those events would be estimations only because they're not actually registered events, but I'm sure we'll be able to get estimations as attendance. Yeah.
So there are, if you're Chair, so there are like systems that can actually get that kind of detail, or
whether they are actually recorded in a centralised system, I doubt, but they would actually be retained by those actually holding those events, be it the libraries or through ACE. Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Stewart.
Oh, the question's probably been asked a couple of times, but it really was about the number of staff vacancies and the reason. Do we know why we've got so many vacancies, why people have actually been leaving?
Are you talking specifically with respect to the regulatory group or more generally?
Mainly for the building consent, yeah.
Leaving for 2 or 3 reasons. First of all, in that part of our business, we have an ageing workforce. And so we've got people that just want to retire, want to stop and go and live that other part of their life. So we do have an ageing workforce, and so we're seeing that happen. And then the other pressure we're under is there's a lot of building activity, significant growth, and there's competition for good resource. And so we're having, you would have heard before, I've approved for Ian to go back into the market to recruit at least another 20. It's meant to encourage them to go up a bit. because I'm worried about this, and to look at salary banding. So,
Absolutely.
you know, this is a part of the
Absolutely.
market that is running hot for now, and we need to be able to match that so we can deliver our part of the service. So those are the two primary reasons. Otherwise, I think we've got a good culture and a good team in there, and we've got these other things we're working on.
So what type of people are you trying to get to, you know, for building inspectors? Are they have they been builders, or they been structural engineers, or what type of people are you actually seeking for the jobs?
So, Nirvana is for somebody with significant building experience, but they're actually building, and not many of them want to come in and inspect others. So we do get some, though, that like to do, depending on where they're at personally in their career, they like to do that. So that's a small part of the answer. We've had a very significant focus on graduate recruitment. So that's developing our own talent, and we've got a very, very good program. So we're bringing people into our business at that level, and then we're also recruiting from both in New Zealand and overseas for those that have been in local government or equivalent building control authorities to bring them into our workforce. So it's at those three levels, but...
Thank you. Thank you. And Councillor Cashmore.
Actually, I think my question's probably been answered just then, but we are training more, we're recruiting more for these building inspectors, yet we've still been losing them to other areas. Other than salary and work conditions in a positive environment, are there other things that we've actually witnessed that we can learn from? Or is that just too damn hard?
I think this is one of the big issues. You in this area, or we as a council in this area, compete in a small but global talent pool. Yeah. And so there is a number of things systemically over the last 10 or 15, 20 years that have led to this. You know, we've gone through a GFC and we've come out the other side. We've got a response called a building boom. But the way that kids from school are encouraged into these sorts of industries, you know, those are long lead items. If you stop it, it takes 10 years to play out in the workforce, and you're seeing it play out. So this is just one of those hard things to do. But I think we're approaching this issue in the right fashion, and in a similar fashion to what the private sector would. Developing your own talent, trying to recruit others in, matching the market in terms of salary, providing an environment where people are engaged and enjoy the work they do. There's no silver bullet in this. You've got to push hard on all those fronts.
Madam Chair, it is a problem, obviously,
Yes.
but it's quite a good problem because the opposite is a far worse problem.
Yes.
So we've got a building industry that's actually reflecting our booming economy in the city, and that's good. It's just the catch-up phase is what Dean's identified as very critical, because you go out there and try and find a roofie or a sparky or a plumber or a chippy at the moment, because I am, and they're like hen's teeth. And you've got 6 to 10 months waiting list plus. And this is a symptom, if you like, of our own success. The other question to you, Madam Chair, is are we going to hear from Kevin about the financial indices? That's going to be the second part of this? Debt profiles and that sort of thing? Is that the second report?
Okay, so this, yeah, just summarising or explaining the two. So this report is purely for the parent, for the council group. So
Yep.
there's
So the next
some financial
item is
information there.
Understand
The
that.
following item will be the group, which will talk about the debt level.
Thank you.
Great, great. And,
Madam Chair,
yes,
if I can just add one other thing to that too, I think, because around the table I hear often, and I hear it out in the community as well, why don't we take on retired builders? And as we know, the government, you know, have tightened the reins up pretty damn tough. And for those retired builders that have to get back into the industry and go back through the competencies now, they're huge, they're high, the levels are high.
yeah.
So I think you've got to look at that point of it as well. So it's been handed down by central government.
Thank you. I'd like to just change the subject a little bit, Kevin. Lagoima information. I see the number of Lagoimas has increased about 15%. My concern is staff time for filling those Lagoimas. Are we charging properly for them? And are we sort of, you know, it does worry me, and we haven't got a breakdown here, how many of the Legoimas come from where? You know I'm always on about this. You know, how many are local board, how many are councillors, how many are members of the public?
Okay, yeah, three components there. Look, part of it is just the basis of we are a public entity, and what takes people interest sometimes actually starts to snowball, and so we get more requests coming through. We're not charging for a lot of them, no. There is a notion we do still want to retain transparency. What we tend to be doing more of, though, is when requests come in that are going to require a lot of work, we are going back and actually have more of a conversation and saying, for instance, we can get this information reasonably quickly. If you do want more information, which will take time, we will have to charge. We're finding that in many cases now the initial information we get reasonably quickly is enough to satisfy the request.
Are other councils charging for Legoimas?
Look, there is some charging, but it's sorry, you say other councils?
Yeah.
I couldn't tell you that. I know last time I looked at, which was a few years ago now, there wasn't a huge amount of on-charging. But yeah, I haven't got that information now.
Well, I think I'd like to have another look at that because of the time it takes in some cases. Councillor Stewart?
Yeah, just on the Legoimas, I just, are the Legoimas coming from the main, you know, from the same people, mainly? And is it the same sort of subject, or about the same?
Look, we can give you a further breakdown if you wish to see that. Yeah, look, there's still a combination. There's media, there's particular lobby groups that wish to delve into certain areas of council. Yeah, there's still that general mix. Yep. If you want more information, we could give you a further breakdown.
I just remember in Manukau, we used to have 4 or 5 people that used to Legoima things all the time, and I think we actually did start to charge for the Legoimas.
Yep.
So I was just wondering if it was repetitive.
And thank you, Councillor Stewart, because that's exactly what I'm getting at. Councillor Lee?
Yeah, a year ago, the Diversified Fund, Investment Fund, which was the responsibility, suitably enough, of Auckland Council Investments Limited, was taken off Auckland Council Investments Limited and taken into the control of the Finance Department, Treasury. But since that time, I haven't seen much in the way of any report, and I wonder when we will be getting a report.
Yeah, there's some detail there on page 34 of your agenda, which talks about the performance of that fund. As a sign of the times when the market has moved, the performance is not huge, but it's actually the benchmark is also, as you'll see, is a negative benchmark, which is where the market's moving generally. So it's slightly below benchmark, but it's performing generally in line with where the market is moving today. Again, this is also an accounting assessment of market if you were selling today. That's not the case. Of just realising it all in one go.
So just that little tiny. Okay.
It's expressing the overall performances, which is what we're actually tasked the manager of the funds to actually achieve. Yep.
I think we need something a little bit more comprehensive, given the scale of that investment. It is an alternative source of income, and you know that's one little tiny box. Okay, thank you.
Is it the graph on page 15, number 62?
Yeah. Right, thank you. Well, it's been moved. Oh, sorry, Councillor.
Madam Chair, if I can just mention, just want to talk about, you mentioned and raised about Legoimas, and I think that's an area we definitely have to look at. Whilst I was just having a sidebar discussion with Councillor Quacks, and it's law and it's, you know, it's part of legislation, but at the same token, it's how we actually do those Legoimas. And I can tell you that that in one particular case, I know many cases, where one particular case, 55 hours of staff time was taken up with one Legoima, and this particular staff member had to do it because they were familiar with this particular case, but it took that particular staff member off the road for 55 hours, a week and a bit, so that we couldn't get out in the field and deal with some of these consenting issues.
Yep, and that's why I think we need to get another report back. Thank you, Kevin, on that. Right, it's been moved and seconded. All those in favour?
Aye.
Against? Carried. Thank you. Thank you, Kevin. Thank you, Jenny. Moving on to item number 10, the Auckland Council Group financial reports. Welcome, Francis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. also have a presentation to take you through, so if I could do that and then we'll take questions. So this is the first quarter report. It's the consolidated group report, and it's covering just the first 3 months of this year to date to the 30th of September. And you've already had the parent one, so now we're looking at the group. I just remind you also that the individual CCOs have presented to the CCO Governance and Monitoring Committee. So this is trying to look at it, take it up and have a bit of a helicopter view. So the actual results, we are comparing against the original long-term plan budget. And what we've done is we've tried to phase that so that we don't just have the annual budget, but we've tried to phase it so that we could get a little more relevance to the reports for the quarter. And so that you'll see coming through there. If we just move to the next one, which is the actual statement of financial performance, I just wanted to go through and just highlight some of the comments that are there. Just really around rates. While it's slightly below budget, it's really due to penalty income. Penalty income has been lower than we actually budgeted, which is saying that generally people are paying the rates better than what we expected, which I think is a good outcome. Around grants, they're behind, and it's to do with public transport projects which are behind budget. It's not that we expect that might be timing as they move through the year. Hopefully those will pick up and those grants will come through. Then the other revenue, the two key things, the key thing there is actually the DFA, which was referred to earlier, which is obviously there's been some turmoil in the financial markets around the world and continues to be. And so that is not performing as we'd actually hoped it would. But that is slightly offset by some dividend income that was above what expectations. Then the other areas around other operating expenses, and these are just slightly behind. But again, we think this is more timing than anything else. It's just been incurred slightly later than planned. And the final one there is the other losses, which is the fair value, which Jenny alluded to earlier, which is an accounting assessment of just carrying these at fair value. It's not a cash impact. Just got a bit of a graph just to highlight where the revenue versus the phased budget, and I want to stress this is a phased budget, so it's the annual budget which we phased based on our expectation of when we expect the costs will be, the revenue will be received. And as I've highlighted there, you'll see that grants and subsidies. The other one is there's some development contributions that are also just slightly behind schedule. And then I've talked about the other revenue. So those are the sort of the main ones that are impacting on our revenue being behind budget by just short of 100 million. Around expenditure, generally they're on track, other than, as you'll see, other operating expenses slightly behind, finance costs are slightly behind. But overall, we're not significantly behind, but the key area is really that other operating expenses, and then just bits and pieces of the other expenditure. The statement of financial position, which is the balance sheet. Again, we're comparing here, rather than to the budget, we're comparing against the 30 June actual, which was the set of accounts that were approved recently. So on current assets, obviously our rate debtors, because of the way we have to record them and receive them up front, at year end, all that's left is what isn't paid, whereas at this stage there's a whole lot of rates that we've had to bill that aren't actually due yet, so it is higher, but that would be normal. around current assets. They've gone up by about 179 million, and that's mainly obviously the capex that we spent, which we'll talk about shortly, less depreciation, and then there's just some movements in derivatives. And overall, our debt is to fund capital expenditure. The net increase is only about 130 million for the group for the quarter. Just to give you, again, a perspective, just to show that this is flatlining. We're not, our debt is not increasing as a percentage higher than our assets, as a percentage of assets. So that's flatlining. It's just something that's useful to us, just to bear in mind that we are what's called a low geared entity. That's normal in our sort of sector that we operate in the local government sector, but it is flatline and it's not an area of concern. When we get to the capital expenditure for the first quarter, for the group, there's been nearly 250 million spent, and as you heard earlier, the council's portion of that was 88 million. So there's a lot being spent around especially transport and water are the key areas that you can see there, and we've given you just some indication of some of the significant expenditure that has happened in the various areas. But we're on track. It seems like we're on track to actually deliver the capital program. At this stage, there's nothing that's concerning us. Now, the next three slides that I wanted to just highlight, and I'll probably be doing this each time I report, because I think it's important that, given the debt, the level of debt that we do carry, and the concerns that a lot of people have around that, these prudential limits that we have in our LTP are key. They are key because they are used in part by the rating agencies, so it's about ensuring that we maintain our rating level currently, and that is key because if that were to be downgraded, we would have to pay more interest. So it is critical, and I think it's important that this is just kept in front of your minds. So if you look at it quarter on quarter from last year to this year, there's no change, which is good. Again, it's flatlining. That's important. That's what we're wanting to keep achieving. And by the end of the year, we budgeted to be at about 12.3%. At this last year, we were at 11.7%. We don't see that level or that benchmark is going to be exceeded, and it's important that we maintain and manage that prudently. The next one is just another one around what's called debt affordability, and that's just looking at the amount of interest we pay relative to our rates, and it obviously excludes water care. And for the quarter, we're much of a muchness with where we were last year, and for the year end, we're also projecting that we will maintain and continue to be well within our prudential limit. So we don't see that that's a concern. The final one is debt affordability, and this is just net debt over total revenue. We don't monitor this on a quarterly basis, simply because our revenue can be quite lumpy, and it won't give relevant information. So we just continually make sure that we're on target to stay within the prudential limit by the end of the year, because that's when we have to report and measure it. So at this stage, we are comfortable that the benchmark that we've set in the LTP, we should maintain, and we don't have any concerns. And that is borne out by the fact that if you looked at our revenue and our expenditure, they're much in line with expectations. So then, just to summarise, while, as you noticed, our operating surplus is slightly behind budget, we don't think there are any areas of significant concern. So generally, the actual results are in line with budget. The fair value losses, as I noted, are not budgeted, but they're also non-cash. So it's important that one just remembers that when you look at the real bottom line. And finally, I just want to comment that I think from our perspective, the group continues to manage the financial performance prudently in accordance with the long-term plan. And I think that's probably the key message that I'd like to leave.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am.
I'll move the report and Councillor Clow will second it. Questions, comments? Councillor Hulse.
Thank you. Just a question, but before I ask my question, which is going to be about the net fair value losses, please explain a little bit more to us non-accounting people, a bit more information about that. But Madam Chair, I just wanted to say those three graphs are so telling. You know, we get a little bit tired of being called the cash-strapped Auckland Council. Actually, we're not. We are in remarkably good heart, and I think any business with a bottom line like that would be crowing from the rooftops. We've got headroom for debt. Our debt is lower, you know, than it would have been projected under the LTPs of the previous councils. You know, we've got a lot that we need to worry about. I'm not saying, you know, let's, you know, be breaking open the champagne. There's an awful lot we need to deal with. But it would be really useful if this was the one thing that was clear to our community, because a lot of people are worried, and they worry unnecessarily. We see the letter after letter after the letter to the Herald and other media about our blowout in debt. No. So I don't know what we can do to explain that in really clear ways and in very clear words and in this form to our community, that we may not have got everything right, but we have managed debt superbly. Now my question is simply around the net value, the net fair value losses. Sorry, I'm just a little bit lost with that. I just need a bit more info on that.
Right, shall I? The accounting standards require that, well, let's step back first. We, in order to manage the level of interest that we will pay on our debt, we enter what are called derivatives. In other words, we go to the market, we might borrow on a fluctuating rate. We then say, well, we'd rather know what our actual cost is going to be. So we go into the market and we fix it, okay? So that fixes it at that rate. The problem is we might, and as you know, the interest rates have been bouncing around for the last few years.
Yes.
Anybody, if you could predict it, you're very good. Yeah. So we would fix it. And let's say we fix it at 4. When we come to prepare the accounts, if the general interest rates have moved down to 3.5, we have a loss.
Yep.
The reality is that by the time we come to pay, we're going to pay 4. We knew that, and that's what we fixed. It's almost like we're insuring ourselves that we've got surety. So that's why we say we have to book these. So we book them, we show them separately, but they're non-cash. Eventually, we will pay what we've planned to pay, and that's why we set it that way. But it is something we have to do in terms of the accounting standards that require us to fair value them, and that's what we do.
That's
Does
really
that help?
clear. That's hugely helpful. Thank you.
I can just add a little comment to that one too, just through the chair. That is, remembering this is also where we're actually fixing these for a longer period.
Yep.
So potentially at the moment it may have come down to like 3.5, but what we're actually doing is potentially fixing it at 4
Yep.
for potentially 5, 7, or even 12 years in some cases. So we're actually giving certainty. And so this assessment is if you had to sell them all out today at today's rate, in theory, that's what it would cost you. The fact is we're fixing for a longer period.
So if we look, Madam Chair, at the net, if we netted it all out over a 10-year time frame, chances are we would be in the plus rather.
That's right.
No, that's cool. That's really useful. Thank you.
And so the Strat Cash Council actually got its credit rating again confirmed by Moody's last week as a AA2. So thank you. Councillor Lee.
Yes, just come back to my concern, the question about the diversified asset funds or diversified fund assets. Councillor Clow has pointed out that a little box next to number of library items borrowed, and that's a kind of a graphic visualisation of of the diversified assets portfolio. It's, to be honest with you, next to visits to library facilities and library items borrowed, it could be a little bit more legible, but the other box and the comment about financial turmoil, I really do think that a much more comprehensive, serious report focus on the funding assets should be received by this committee from time to time, so that it's a little bit more legible and informative. I'm not too sure what the comment about financial turmoil really means, but it would be good to have that information about what's going on with our investments.
Through the chair, look, we can comment on more. I mean, the financial turmoil was a reflection of what's happening internationally as far as the markets go.
Yeah, I'd like to hear that, because overall the world economy seems to be reasonably good, but let's have that information about the turmoil stuff.
Yeah, okay. Well, that comment of financial turmoil is not in the connection with council's operations at all. It is purely a reflection that as the market has moved, we must, in an accounting sense, reflect that in how we actually show the numbers here.
That would be good to have a considered report on those sort of things. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions?
Yeah, I got
Councillor Wood?
Well, I just want to make a comment. I just want to comment on what the Deputy Mayor was saying, that, you know, it's hunky-dory. I think, Councillor Holst, I'd like you to come and talk or listen to some of the people that...
Councillor Wood,
well, that's what I'm just...
With respect,
okay.
Councillor,
well,
Councillor Holst didn't say that, and
well,
I don't think it's sensible.
Well, I'm going to say then, I'll just say my comment will be that this council came into being in 2010 and the debt was around about 3,000 million. But if you look at this now, it's now up to 6,715 million. It's doubled. And that is the concern that people around Auckland have with this council. Because are we seeing improved services? No. In a lot of areas we aren't. And I think that is one of the issues. And the other issue is some people are paying huge rates and others are not as substantial. And I do think that this council needs to look at our balance sheet, and hopefully we're going to do that today, and hopefully councillors will support more work done on the EY and Cameron Partners reports. But quite frankly, this council needs to cut its cloth to suit. And I think that we have got to be very careful, and hopefully that will occur in the future, because that debt is increasing, and we know it's increasing, and people are concerned about it out there. And to say that's no problem, well, I think it is. And,
Madam Chair, I think I deserve a slight right of reply and clarity.
Well, no, I don't.
I'm asking for
I just want to say, I'm just giving my version of the view. It's my view.
Are you talking to the recommendation of the group report?
Well, yeah, I mean, that's all bound up in this report. And, you know, some councils came into this new council with reasonably debt under control. Others had substantial debt, and that's one of the other issues.
I will then call a point of order, Madam Chair.
Well, I'm just pointing out the realities of life, and I think that...
Madam Chair, my point of order is 1.7.2, and it is Part D, and it is misrepresentation of any statement made by a member. So I'd like to clarify. Thank you.
Well, I don't think that's a point of order.
It is a point of order. Councillor George Wood, I am ruling there is a point of order, and you did rather misrepresent what the Deputy Mayor said. So I'm ruling that count.
Am I allowed to clarify one point, Madam Chair? My point is simply, Councillor Wood, the point I'm making, and you may have missed this, is that our current debt level, 5 years on, is completely commensurate with what we would expect. And I don't know if you have looked recently at some of the old LTPs of the previous councils, and the projected debt levels that were there. We have not remained static over 5 years. We've grown by a city the size of Hamilton with the infrastructure that's required. And anyone who would have imagined that the debt would reduce over 5 years probably needs to have a look at the infrastructure that
Point
we've
of order,
built
Madam
over
Chair.
5 years.
Councillor Wood never suggested that the debt would reduce.
Not a point of order. Councillor Brewer.
Well,
It's not a
I
point of
quote the
order.
number that Councillor Hulse referred to as a misrepresentation of position.
Right, and can we move on?
Can I finish my
Yes,
speech?
you may.
Well, I just wanted to pick up that I do think that this is a matter that this council needs to look at, and even as early as the annual plan. And, you know, it's all right to say that we're going to bail the government out on the CRL, which we're doing. They're not putting any money up on this preliminary work. 450 million we've spent already, and that's what kind of got the ratepayers of Auckland concerned. And I think as a councillor representing North Shore Ward, I should bring the concerns of my people to this table here, and that's the reason what I'm doing now. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wood. Councillor Cashmore.
Yes, thanks, Madam Chair. Kevin Francis, when we look at our debt maturity profiles, I sort of asked this last year as well. The fact that worldwide interest rates are sort of at almost record lows, is our profiling there appropriate at this point in time? And what is the ability? I know you're saying you're hedging out sometimes 12 years with these things. How's that profile matrix compared to actualities when we, you know, what we're seeing?
Right.
Yeah, sorry, through you, Chair. The question was about our debt maturity profile and lower interest rates. I mean, first of all, we separate out our funding risk from our interest rate risk. So our funding risk is all around spreading our debt maturity profile, so we don't have too much to fund in any one particular period of time. The interest rate risk is fixing that exposure out again 5, 10, 15 years to take advantage of lower interest rates and again spread that maturity profile. So it's all about reducing risk and over the long term having stable and predictable cash flows.
Does that answer your question, Councillor Cashmore?
I might have a chat to Francis and have a look at the graphs. What we're seeing at the moment internationally is the markets are sort of, interest rates are flat lining, and if we're seeing an American uplift, then it may potentially affect that when you're looking at that 4 to 7 year period bracket. So it's just interesting work, but it's done. I understand the long term into decadal work, but
yeah, through you, Chair. I mean, what we're doing with interest rates, as you're right, it's fairly flat out for quite long periods of time, and you'll eventually see a rise in US long-term interest rates. And what we're doing at the moment is extending our interest rate profile out 5, 10 and 15 years. So locking in our interest rates at low rates.
Okay. Yeah. So that's almost, that 42% is actually moving up from where it was before.
Correct. We're actively extending our interest rate profile.
Okay.
Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
I may have one other question, Madam Chair, and that's probably to Kevin. The fact that we're moving to 100% funding of depreciation, which will affect our debt profiling towards the end of this LTP term, the actual costings of that on an annualised basis is what? To lift it from where it started at 60-odd% at the formation of the City Council going to 100, 2025.
Yeah. And through the Chair, with the implication that being that as depreciation is purely a book entry, it's not an actual cash outgo, but you are 100% funding it, you're actually getting an additional surplus of cash coming in, which means we can actually use that for debt repayments or other purposes.
It's 2.5%. So it drops the debt curve, doesn't it?
Yes, it does.
Going out.
Thank you. Councillor Filipino.
Thank you, Chair. Just want to get some information on what our assets, how much have our assets grown over the 5 years since 2010. We got any indication on that? I mean, we've heard about debt, but I'm looking at assets as well, because I'm sure that they would have grown as well.
Through the Chair, I haven't got the numbers to hand, but I mean, $1.5 billion was spent on capital expenditure last year. Prior years were up around about 800, 900 million.
Oh, okay.
So the capital expenditure, the investment in the city would have at least $5 or $6 billion.
Okay. Look, and also just our debt to asset ratio. Do you know what that is? Just as a matter of interest.
Through you, Chair, the debt total asset ratio currently is around 17%, and that's remained relatively constant over the last few years. And as we go through the long-term plan, will increase only modestly, remain around sort of 16 to 19%.
Modestly, okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Philippiner.
It's all right.
There's no other questions. Councillor Brewer.
Oh, since we're asking these parliamentary questions,
Parliamentary. Sorry.
and mine will be within order too, Madam Chair. What are our annual interest payments on our total group debt per annum now?
Total group debt, through you, Chair, it's roughly 5% times our overall debt, group debt of about 7 billion. So you're talking 400 odd million.
400 odd million, so over $1 million a day on interest. And what is that projected to be, even though debt is projected to go to 11.5 billion? What is our annual interest repayment set to be at the end of the LTP? It's going to lift from 400 million to how much?
It'll be 700 million.
700 million, thank you.
10 years.
Thank you.
And our assets
Right.
would have grown.
What is that as a percentage of council income, Madam Chair?
12.
12.
Oh.
12%.
And that flat line's pretty much, I believe.
Exactly.
Bend down.
So, Councillor Cooper.
Just a quick question, through you, Madam Chair. If we rate funded capital, what sort of increases in rates would we have if we paid for capital expenditure out of rates and didn't borrow? Is it just too enormous to even work out?
Probably starts with
if we're
3
spending
and
about
ends
1.
with
If we're spending about 1.5 billion on capex a year, and potentially going up to 1.8 for the group, and our rates is around about $1.4 billion.
So if we'd have to double the rates.
In that
Okay, thank you.
hypothetical
If we didn't
situation,
borrow,
yes.
we'd have to double the rates. Thank you.
And one has to say how many of us bought our houses without a mortgage. Right, okay, it's been moved and seconded. I'll put that. All those in favour?
Aye.
Aye.
Against? Carried. Thank you. Thank you, team.
That's right.
John, Francis and Kevin. Moving right along to item 11. Thank you, Johnny. And Shane, welcome.
We're presenting the Q1 results of Māori transformational activity and expenditure, as well as the co-governance activities for this financial year. We're happy to take the report as read.
Right, thank you. We have a C in the recommendations, councillors. Member Taipari, do you want to move this?
Oh, yes, please, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Have I got a seconder?
Aye.
Councillor Philippiner. And I've accepted that, understanding that, well, you might like to speak to it.
I would. I just got a few questions, if that's okay.
Yep,
First,
that's fine.
and I guess it reiterates the C because it's about just further information. So, just in terms of the Māori Business Intelligence Forum, what are the outcomes of that forum so far, and which are also anticipated in the future?
Certainly in terms of that forum, it was a combined forum of mana whenua Māori business interests, Stats New Zealand, and it was initially focused on defining what Māori business is from a Tamaki Makaurau perspective. That'll also start to drive with the work through Stats New Zealand and also our research and investigations and monitoring unit around how we gather Māori business intelligence and feed into that program going forward.
Thanks. The Ready for Road program, how many young people have come through that course, do you know?
Simply, that's information we'll go back to Auckland Transport to get the levels of participation. We're happy to report on that.
Okay. And the Kaitiaki Ranger program, what has been done or can be done to expand that program?
Certainly the pilot that's based in the Hanua Ranges has been well received through the Parks Department and mana whenua involved. So there's 8 kaitiaki rangers that have been contracted to undertake a whole lot of work within the Hanua Ranges. Certainly the learning out of that will help form a base going forward. So certainly mana whenua have indicated that they'll like to expand the program, and we'll be working with Parks to see how we can do that.
Okay, just a couple more, Madam Chair, and that is, in terms of the Māori responsiveness plans, have they been reported on consistently across council?
Certainly one of the aspects, there's 2 aspects to that. Currently there's 14 either in development or have been completed. Combined with the Secretariat of the Independent Māori Stat Board and our internal audit, we've got a gate that will test the quality of the Māori responsive plans. They'll form part of the reporting back to this committee and also our Audit and Risk Committee. Certainly it'll create a benchmark for how we share that across the organisation.
And just the last bit, in Kete Akoranga, how many council staff members has the training program reached?
On an annual basis at the moment, we have got a participation rate around between 650, 700 staff a year at the moment, given the limited number of courses that we're currently running.
Okay. And just lastly, do you know which tools have been most successful in that?
Certainly, I think 2 key elements in terms of the feedback. One is understanding council's statutory obligations to Māori, and the other key element is getting insight into Te Ao Māori or the Māori worldview.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And this is really why I put C up, because it just reinforces the need to get that further information about participation and the activities and that, so that's why I proposed it as I have.
But can we change the word slightly to after include, add as far as can be accurately captured? Because, I mean, unless there is...
Let's be more accurate then.
Pardon?
Let's be more accurate.
Well, the problem is, you know, if there's an event that people just turn up to, how do you know? If they have to register,
Sure.
you can be...
But Madam Chair, that would be the response, wouldn't it? I mean, I would like to encourage more systems that can measure.
I just think it would probably be better to have it in there, otherwise they... What do you think, Johnny?
Certainly, I understand in particular with our events staff, with the Treaty of Waitangi and Matariki events that are run, they are able to give indications of level of participation. Where council provides grants, for example, for local boards for community Matariki or Treaty of Waitangi events, we may not be able to capture those levels of participation, but certainly in terms of what council delivers itself, we'll be able to capture some of that data.
And I think, Madam Chair, the underlying thing is about using user feedback.
Okay, are you happy if we put those words in?
Absolutely happy,
Thank
Madam
you.
Chair.
Councillor Cooper.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm really glad that you altered C, Madam Chair, because I find that quite ambiguous. Who are we counting? Are we counting Māori? Are we counting Pākehā? Are we counting everybody? You know, it starts to get a little bit. You know, no, sorry. I'm sorry, Madam Chair. I'm asking.
Yes, thank you.
I'm asking the staff whether they actually have the resources to do that, and we've already been told that it may be difficult. Do we send our staff all around, our Te Waka Angamoa staff all around the region trying to count these, and who do we count? Yes, because I'm not quite sure, you know, what's being got at here, and whether we actually have enough resources to do that. And we've just been talking about sticking to our knitting and the fact that we need a lot more money for the basics, which is our regulatory function, making sure we're getting resource consents and building houses properly. And now I'm concerned we're going to be putting money into things that, you know, they're nice to know, but they may not make a huge difference in terms of money having to be spent on this, Madam Chair, so maybe staff could give me a response.
Certainly, we understand that as part of our current process and systems across our events, people, they look to capture the numbers of participants. Certainly in terms of the Matariki events, the Treaty of Waitangi events, while they're Māori centred and often hosted by Māori organisations like Honi Waititi Marae, they're for the whole community. So what we'll be able to reflect is the levels of participation for those events. In terms of breaking it down by ethnicity, that might become a little bit more challenging. But
so just a further question, Madam Chair. So if this is about Māori transformational shifts, how does that affect what is trying to happen if we're just counting everybody? So that's why I just wonder about the value of it. So there's probably not an answer to that, Madam Chair. But anyway.
Well, I imagine if nobody goes, we do something else.
Certainly, I think one of the key things is the outcome of celebrating Auckland's unique Māori identity at its point of difference in the world, and I guess it's an ability to share that identity for all Aucklanders, and that's one of the key outcomes of the transformational work.
So my final comment, Madam Chair, is we do count all our events pretty much. We estimate them, and that's why I don't see the issue around counting just for this, because we actually do it already. We have events, report backs around numbers of participants and everything we do. So I'm just wondering why we need this specific addition. It's up to you, Madam Chair.
Yep. I think we're quite comfortable with it. Bill, you're looking puzzled.
Yeah, come on, mate. Not puzzled, Madam Chair. I am reading the wording of that and also understanding that the transformational shift activity, the broad sweep of work that happens in that space includes a lot more than just events. So I'm comfortable if the understanding or the direction of the meeting to us is that we will make our best endeavours to try and quantify the level of impact of these initiatives. If you're collectively asking us to do a heavily statistic sort of oriented exercise around every one of these interventions, then I would have to say I've got concerns about the resource impact.
I think the move was actually clarified.
You're right, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Okay, I'm going to, if no other comments,
yes.
Councillor Cashmore.
Yes, thanks, Madam Chair. So going back to our meeting on Monday, and I was doing some adding up, trying to get some sort of good optics about the whole transformational shift, co-governance and everything else. I've done a sort of a rough order calculation, because you could debate what is a transformational shift and what is co-governance and where they all lie. But for some reason, we come up to a grand total of around just over $26.5 million going towards co-governance, transformational shifts and programs for iwi. Is it potentially a sound proposition to include all these things in one report so that us and the public have sound optics, and then the measurement criteria and how we're succeeding in those shifts?
Certainly, that's where we're moving to by next quarter, and we, as a recommendation, we note that we'll be moving into integrated reporting.
Thanks, John.
Okay, thanks. I'm going to put the
Madam Chair, I'd had a question.
Oh, sorry, Councillor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Johnny, just in terms of the sites of the Maori sites of significance, can you just give me an understanding, and I think this would be useful, how many there are at the moment that we've identified?
So through the unitary plan work and the utilisation of the cultural heritage inventory, there are around 3,000 or so sites. We also understand that that's been reduced by around 1,300 as the investigation's gone through to identify whether the sites are clearly identified.
No, Madam Chair, I asked about sites of significance, not sites of value, Johnny. Sites of significance, how many of those are there?
I can't give you that specific number. I will need to refer to the heritage team.
Okay. My understanding is there's about 60 sites of significance And in terms of paragraph 30, in terms of those sites, are we working on making sure that further sites of significance, as they're discovered, will be protected, and how are we working towards that?
Certainly, I think that's a matter that we would refer back to the heritage team. Our understanding is the initial focus due to the energy plan is securing those initial sites, and certainly we'll need to come back to you around how future sites will be protected going forward.
And have we any idea of how many future sites there might be, given the occupation of Tamaki Makaurau for the last 600 or 700 years? We must have some idea of how many other sites of significance beyond the ones that we've already identified might be there.
Certainly, I don't have that information at hand, and I'd refer back to the Māori Heritage team.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to put that. All those in favour?
Aye.
Against? Carried. Thank you. Thank you, Johnny, Shane, Phil. Right, we have...
Good morning, Madam Chair. My name is Mervyn Chetty from Licensing and Compliance, and we've got Kevin Smith, who's the Manager for Business Support.
Thank you.
So I will make a few comments and then happy to take questions on this matter.
Yep.
So some opening comments. The new Food Act comes into effect on 1st of March 2016 with a 3-year transition period. The Act introduces an efficient national food safety system, and it places an obligation on the business operators and businesses to be responsible for the efficient and safe and suitable supply of food across New Zealand. The Act also provides for TAs to establish and fix fees for the duties that it discharges under the Act, and the duties include registration activities, monitoring activities, and verification activities. Prior to fixing the fees, we would need to go through a special consultative process, and so the timing of the special consultative process is not ideal, but we have little choice in the matter as we need to have the fees in place by the 1st of March next year. Our proposed fee regime is consistent with other fees and charges established by Auckland Council, and it's also consistent with other TAs and with MPI as well. So we're looking for adoption of the statement of proposal so we can start the consultation process. Thank you.
Thank you.
Happy to move it, Madam Chair.
Moved by Councillor Penrose, seconded by Councillor Cashmore and Councillor Cashmore.
Madam Chair, the auditor's report for this past year, there were some issues identified with the food process checking. So you have incorporated the recommendations of the auditor and also the recommendations that we put in place and actually actioned into these proposed new fees and charges. It can all be solved within these options packages?
Yes, so we are developing and implemented a quality management system to deal with the findings from the auditor's report, and so the cost for that has been incorporated into these proposed fees and charges.
Thank you.
Thank you. Member Taipari.
Kia ora, Madam Chair. I'm seeking to propose an amendment, whiching it up, and it was principally around marae's and the policy relating to those, particularly to customary preparation of food versus the commercial aspect, and was proposing that the committee agree that the Food Act fee policy recognise the non-for-profit role of marae by providing for exemptions or reductions in the fee, or by a system that differentiates the change according to certain criteria being scale, income or other factors. And I know that you've been working through the process of that, so I'm very keen to put forward that amendment for that consideration around this policy. Do you have any issues with that or concerns with that?
So essentially, the provisions of the Act, it exempts any food prepared and served in the marae for customary activities anyway. So the only area where the Act will come into effect is where food is sold for profit.
So the policy will address that?
Yeah.
So that would be the same for any non-for-profit,
Yes,
okay.
yes.
And we'll pick that up.
There's no
So I don't
difference.
think we need your amendment, Councillor.
Yeah, and we'll pick that up through the process, Madam Chair.
Yeah. Right, it's been moved and seconded. Councillor Walker.
I just had a question, and I don't know whether it covers this, but in a situation where there's some fish being caught and the fish is then being distributed to a number of people, may not technically being sold, could be some form of system, does that come under this, under the gambit of this?
No, if there's no commercial transaction, then it wouldn't.
So there has to be a commercial transaction, and that commercial transaction would be just defined under common law.
Right, thank you. I'm going to put the recommendation. All those in favour?
Aye.
Aye.
Against? Carried. Thank you. Thank you very much. Right, we have item number 13, which is just the reports that this committee. I'll move the receipts. Seconded by Councillor Cooper. Any comments or questions you were asked to get through to the officers? I'll put that. All those in favour?
Aye.
Against? Carried. Item 14, we have Aaron and Matthew. Just an update. Noting the report, we'll take it as read. I'll move it. Have I got a seconder? Councillor Cashmore. Any questions or comments? It's fairly self-explanatory. It's what we've been doing. Councillor Cashmore.
Yes, thanks, Madam Chair. I was wondering if we could make some comments about the procurement initiatives that have been moved forward by Council and any potential cost savings that can be made open to councillors and public at this present time.
Through you, Madam Chair, I'll answer that question, Councillor Cashmore. The work that we're doing across the family is well advanced. We will identify all of the opportunities prior to Christmas and then be able in a position to report back to you with quantified savings out of those items as they're prioritised by the respective council family members, because as you recall this includes AT and water care. And report back to you, I would expect February and March in terms of being able to quantify the exact amount of those savings.
Thank you.
Right, okay, it's been moved and seconded. All those in favour?
Aye.
Against? Carried. Thank you. Thank you, guys. Right, item number 15. There are some chair's recommendations on this, which I will move and Councillor Clow will second. And basically to receive the report, and secondly to hold a workshop in February to consider preferred direction on specific options provided in the reports. And C is to note activity already underway within areas such as fleet management, strategic procurement, shared services to seek the further operational efficiency gains required to meet saving targets in the 2015-2025 long-term plan and endorse that activity be extended to other areas where the report findings from Cameron Partners and Ernst & Young suggest further group operating efficiency opportunities are available. So I've moved, that's been moved and seconded. We will now hear from EY first, is it? Right. Chris Money, Joe, Nathan and Alan. Welcome. Councillors are remembering we've had a workshop on this, but remembering we have got visitors to our chamber and treat them as such with respect. Thank you. Welcome again. Good to see you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, everyone. My name is Joanne Ogg. I'm a partner in the advisory division of EY. To my left, I have Chris Money, also partner in our infrastructure advisory division. And then we have Alan and Nathan, part of our team, who helped us deliver and will help present this independent report on alternate sources of finance to this committee. In terms of the agenda we will use for our presentation, Chris will walk through the brief and our resulting approach. We will then take you through our views on key themes and the criteria on which we use to analyse the options that we have presented. We will then summarise the list of options we believe this council should consider. The options presented do represent a pipeline of opportunities that will require further investigation and analysis outlined in our report. I will now hand over to Chris.
Thanks, Jo.
Thank you. Chris, if you just pull that speaker towards you, you don't have to press the buttons or anything. Thank you.
Okay, so I'll go briefly through the scope of the work that both ourselves and Cameron Partners were asked to do. Effectively, we've been jointly engaged to provide two separate reports on the same brief. So really just the critical thing is that in the May 2015 Budget Committee, councillors agreed to undertake a review of the council's mix of financing sources. The scope was really to look at how we can effectively reduce the proportion of Auckland council revenue funded from rates, to look at options for maximising the return on Auckland Council's investments, to explore a range of alternative sources for financing, and also review the holding of the assets that are aligned with the Auckland Council's core business and those broader strategic growth priorities within Auckland. So I'll just touch briefly on the approach that we took, and I'll also mention that the approach that we took has some similarities to the approach that you'll hear from Cameron Partners, but also some differences as well. And that's, I guess, one of the benefits that you as council get from having these two separate reports looking at the same issue. So what we've gone through is a comprehensive review of the council documents and reports, but I'd emphasise that this hasn't just been a bottom-up exercise in terms of looking at these things. We've also engaged with with a large number of people across the council family. There's been more than 25 separate face-to-face interviews and over 150 person hours talking with a range of people right throughout the council, from CFOs both in the main part of the council but also the CCOs and also operations and procurement people. Really, in terms of the way that we've gone about this, we've categorised the opportunities into four key areas. The first is process. And by process, what we're talking about is the decisions that the council makes around its assets and so on. So are the processes appropriate for actually getting really, really good decisions for the way that assets are held, managed and invested in? Secondly, we've looked at the balance sheet, so opportunities for asset optimisation. So the things that you currently hold, are there better uses from a financial perspective, and are there better ways that you can generate value? We've also looked at operational performance. Now, I'd stress this isn't a review of the council's operations. Where we've limited ourselves to in terms of operational performance is the areas where there is effectively a choice between capital and operating, so owning something versus leasing it. And lastly, as part of our scope, the funding and financing part of this, so how you can grow revenue from sources outside both your operations and your asset optimisation. So the point I'd really make is that we've looked at it from a principles perspective. So we've considered the balance sheet in the context of the legacy of councils, so the councils that have been brought together, and looked at what's happened. How you can improve going forward. So how do you think about new investments and new assets and so on?
But also ask the question, you know, if you started from scratch, would you actually be doing the things that you're doing now? So we've really looked across those, and we've looked across the trade-offs that are made between kind of holding assets and also the wider policy goals that council's actually trying to achieve across its remit. So really just a number of key themes that I think it's worth emphasising before we get into where we've looked at in terms of the opportunities. Firstly, the council is in a sound financial space. It is operating in good practice across the range of areas that we've looked at. Its long-term plan and its budget is balanced, and it's a well-performing operation across our 4 key quadrants. Managing across, the point I'd make as well is it's also managing well across the balance that it has to strike between not only the assets that it holds, but also its regulatory and strategic policy issues that it's trying to make. So it's striking that balance appropriately. That said, there is breathing space to be ambitious and accelerate some of the infrastructure investment. There's clearly pressure within both your long-term plan and also the Auckland plan to deliver additional investment and to accelerate planned investment. I guess the point of accelerating that investment is to make Auckland a better place to live and to accelerate the development towards being the world's most livable city. The critical thing that we find is that there's plenty of opportunities to release capital without actually reducing the council's core offering to residents. And one of the things we've looked at very closely is the ability of the council to maintain the activities and the operations that it feels important to continue to do within the context of our review. There are some very good opportunities to move quickly across a range of things. And some areas where the council can move very quickly without actually too much effort. What our report covers, and you've now had an opportunity to have a look at the detailed report, is in every area there's in some cases there may be a long road to take to get to final decisions on these points, but what we've tried to do is look at not only the end point that you might get to with some of these assets, but the first steps that you potentially need to take. And in many cases, it's actually getting your policy settings and your policy thinking right before you actually make those decisions on those assets. And we can go through some examples in a minute. And I guess the other point I'd make is that a lot of what we talk about here is interrelated. So if you know, when we talk a few minutes about, say for example, the accommodation strategy, the first thing to do, if you're going to look at an accommodation strategy, is to get that one source of the truth in terms of your database, in terms of how you look at your accommodation. So we very much focus on how these things can be interrelated. Just to go through onto the criteria that we've used, and again I'll just go through briefly in terms of this because it touches on some points I've already made. We've very much considered the assets in the balance sheet in the context of the council's core roles and what's important to the council to deliver, but also legislative and regulatory impacts, customer service impacts and Māori considerations. We've also, in categorising it, looked at whether these things you can move on them quickly or whether there are some very difficult strategic, technical or legal issues associated with them. So ease of implementation is an important part of what we've looked at. And also the value of those assets, but also the wider value of those assets as well. So it's not just, I'd emphasise, not just the financial value of those assets. There are economic values associated with those assets and also intangible values of those assets. So we've considered a lot of that in the context of the report. And I guess the critical thing is that we'd look at is all options that we've looked at have got a positive within those 3 key areas. They've got a positive net impact for council. So we've asked the question: is council going to be better off as a result of looking at these areas? And in some cases, and I'd emphasise, it's not just potentially financially better off, in some cases actually getting your policy settings and your policy thinking right, even if you actually don't take action on the assets is actually a step forward. So I guess that's a critical part of this as well. So just to briefly go through the findings and understand, you'll have those quadrants in front of you, so apologies if it's difficult for others to read in front of it. I'll go through some of them briefly, and Joanne will also touch on a couple of issues first as well. So in terms of that process area, the first thing we've looked at is the need to get a consistent information base. So, and that's a legacy issue associated with the council, as various databases and registers of your assets have come together. There's actually no one source of the truth in terms of the council's asset holding, particularly in the property side of things. So a good example of that is in some databases the registered valuations used, or the council valuations used, and other places are market valuations used. So, and what you'll see, and you will see some differences, for example, in our report and Cameron Partners reports on the value of some of these assets. I'd refer you back to that first point that we make, is that there is actually not currently one source of the truth in terms of these, in terms of the value of these assets. Secondly, that asset health check that we're talking about, and really what we're talking about there is looking across the range of assets that the council has, and actually looking at them and looking at the opportunity costs associated with some of those assets. So is the council receiving a fair return on the value of those assets, and going through belts and braces across that. Better business case disciplines. Now, there's some very good examples of areas in the council where business case disciplines have been rolled out and rolled out successfully. So Auckland Transport in particular have rolled out a stronger business case approach. Also, the old Waterfront Auckland, now Development Auckland, also developed a business case approach in terms of how they think about these things. And if I can talk about, say, for example, Waterfront Auckland's business case approach when they developed it, a critical part of that was how they would actually think about balancing the multiple interests across the waterfront. So the working waterfront, the blue-green waterfront, commercial returns, and environmental sides of things. So their business case approach explicitly recognises how they actually deal with that. So those are two really good examples of where that's working very well in council, and we feel that that's an area that can be further expanded. A critical part of what we talk about is an infrastructure acceleration fund in terms of process, and that links into a lot of the discussion around some of the asset optimisation side of things. So in other words, the acceleration fund, and these have worked very, very well overseas, is that if you were to look at any asset recycling, the proceeds of those sales would go into that infrastructure acceleration fund and be explicitly tagged for a specific purpose. So in other words, and this is where these have been successful overseas, is the ratepayer doesn't just see them go, see the proceeds or the efficiencies just disappearing into council's back office. They can see actually what they get in return for any action taken on those assets. In terms of the asset optimisation side of things, we've looked across the scope of the Auckland Council's balance sheet, and there are a range of options there in terms of full and partial sell down of Auckland International Airport, the full and partial sell down of the diversified assets portfolio, and also looking at some options around the Auckland Energy Consumer Trust, the long-term lease of the ports of Auckland, sale of surplus land, and better commercial disciplines around some of the CCOs in terms of water care. Now, happy to necessarily on each one of those, there's some quite detailed discussion on those, so maybe it's probably best to take questions directly as a result of those. They're fully there. The point I would make on this, and the critical thing here is the way that we've characterised each of those options. So, for example, you'll see on the Energy Consumer Trust, that's very much a kind of complex approach. It's very strongly governed by a trust deed. So actually, whilst we've gone through belts and braces and identified it as an opportunity, actually the scope is quite clearly governed by a very explicit trust deed, and the actual opportunity there is potentially quite limited. I just put that as an example to show it's not just a matter of us identifying all of these as opportunities. We've actually gone through a process and identified the range of issues associated with each one of those. In terms of operational performance, I'll hand over to Joanne for the first couple.
Thanks, Chris. So in terms of shared back office functions, really here we're saying there is an opportunity. You should do some further analysis around the multiple teams you've got across the group forming a number of similar functions, whether it be payroll, legal, procurement, HR. In terms of pricing, I'm going to jump down to 3E, because 3B, C and D really have a property-related impact, so we can sort of cluster those. Pricing review is very much around, there is an opportunity to consistently do an annual review of pricing and look at some other tiered pricing strategies that may in fact maximise revenue. Following that fleet review, we recognise in our report there's actually a number of fleet reviews either in progress or have been completed across the group. The next step is really to leverage the group's power there around how you might manage, maintain, procure fleet and in fact operate fleet across the group. And finally, around CCO and council synergies, again, we make the point a number of replicated activities going on across the CCO environment, and to what extent could there be opportunity to consolidate.
So I'll jump up to the network analysis side of things. Now, it's critical to look at the council's infrastructure and the services that it provides associated with that infrastructure in the context of a network. There are multiple assets across the Auckland region, and really there's a reflection of there are some areas in the Auckland region that are very, very well served by some of the infrastructure-based services, and some areas of Auckland that aren't well served. So we feel that there's an important first step associated with that network analysis and shared facilities to really understand what Auckland actually wants from some of its infrastructure-based services and the intensity that it wants, and then look at how changes can and should be made, potentially firstly in some of the greenfields areas, so rolling out those policies in terms of the greenfields areas first, or the special housing areas, and then looking at the legacy issues once there is once you know that your policy settings are actually working. So the critical thing with that network analysis side of things is what the council as a whole has inherited has got very mixed intensity, and there needs to be a process to look at how that can be improved over time. The accommodation strategy is another critical one, and again it's a reflection of what the council has essentially inherited. Many of the council and the CCOs are actually doing a really, really good job in terms of managing their accommodation and managing it appropriately across the board to get really, really good results. But going forward, as the council looks at opportunities in terms of sale and lease and its longer term accommodation needs, and our accommodation strategy is really critical to that. And by that, what we really want to emphasise with the accommodation strategy is not just the cost per person per square metre or the rental costs. It's actually the benefits that council and CCOs, for example, Auckland Transport and Watercare and so on, can actually get from being closer to one another and those synergies. You know, the critical thing, if I was to take, for example, Auckland Transport as an example, is there are a large number of Auckland Transport employees who spend all their time working with the council body, the main council body, and also with the New Zealand Transport Agency, and also the professional services engineering companies and things. it's really critical for them to be in the city centre. The operational savings that you make from that are really, really important. So that's what we mean when we talk about an integrated strategy that not just looks at, you know, the per square metre cost, it's actually the operational efficiencies associated with that as well. And that also links into the development of existing land and buildings. Now here's another area where the council's starting to make some really, really good strides there, and really just what we're talking about is the continuation and potentially the acceleration of those opportunities. For example, the ability of park and rides within Auckland Transport to not just provide a service for people using public transport, but also get better commercial value out of those. So, you know, it achieves multiple things. Now, Auckland Transport's already doing a good job in expanding those and looking at the opportunities there. We just note them as opportunities for further development and increasing. And also just to touch on the alignment of the CCOs and council synergies there. So there are a range of areas where effectively the council family come together on a range of sites. For example, ferry sites are a very good example of that, where you have Auckland Transport, you've got parks and reserves, you've often got you've got Development Auckland, and potentially sometimes there's a library or another facility there, all in very close proximity to one another. And the ability for those parts of the council to come together in an integrated land use plan and actually get the best out of those sites in a joined up way is an area where we think a lot of ground can be made. Another good example is the Viaduct Event Centre, where there are 3 parts of council all with a fundamental interest in that area. They've got very, very different drivers when they look at that site and very different needs, and bringing them together in an integrated way is quite critical. Sorry. So the last part is the new funding tools and finance, and we've identified a range of areas there. Sale and leaseback and self-funding PPPs. Now the point I'd make on both of those is the critical part of this is, can these things deliver better value for money for council than the existing way of procuring? So there's a value for money test there, and that's really what our report talks about, is achieving that value for money approach. And that value for money approach can either be through the financial side or risk transfer, and risk transfer is really, really important in the context of considering those issues. Tax increment financing. Now we did talk quite a bit about that in that last in the council workshop that we had last week. Happy to go through that in a little bit more detail in the Q&A session if needed. And also the alternative sources of funding, which include things such as outsourcing and sponsorship. And there's some good examples in councils overseas where some considerable value is being gained from those approaches. So really, just to close off, I just want to re-emphasise the point that, you know, our review represents a scan of the council balance sheets as the first step in the process. What you have here is an initial cut of where some of the opportunities lie, but the important thing is that the taking forward of any one of these issues or these ideas requires a range of actions. And in some cases, those first principles policy discussions is that critical step. So the point I'd emphasise here is that this is very much the start of a process rather than any firm recommendations on what needs to be done.
Thank you. And with keeping that in mind, councillors, that's very crucial. This is not a decision we're making today. This is for receiving something. Questions, and Councillor John Walker.
Many years ago, Bill Birch came through the City Council and eliminated all the debt by selling assets. It didn't prove much, because at the moment we're back to square one with debt. What I'm saying is, by selling assets, once you sell them, then there's no more. You can't sell them twice. That's basically what I see you people trying to do, is to give us advice to sell the assets.
No, to be fair, Councillor Walker, no one is suggesting. It is open for discussion, which we will have in February when we have a workshop. No one's suggesting we go out there and sell a whole lot of assets. There are lots of different ways in these reports that we can leverage off assets. So any other questions? Questions, councillor?
Can I just make one point, Madam
Can
Chair?
hang on, I've got a list.
Go, thank you.
Councillor Quacks.
Oh, Madam Chair,
Councillor Darby.
I suspect we're going to discuss a lot more yet, and maybe it might be better to wait because I want to ask some questions around the ports of Auckland. So are we going to get on to that, or should we sort of ask questions around those kind of?
I think ask the
assets?
questions, because then we'll hear from Cameron and Partners and probably want to ask them some questions too.
Yeah, well, Madam Chair, first of all, I'd like to say, before I ask my question, that I believe that both these reports from Cameron Partners and from EY are both necessary and timely. We've been amalgamated now in the so-called super city for 5 years, and we would not be acting as good governors if we didn't, from time to time, look at the assets we have to make sure that they align with our policies, that they align with our strategies, and so forth. And just what we do have, because there's a lot of assets that we have that I certainly wasn't aware of, and I'm sure that most councillors weren't aware of every asset and everything that we own. So this is very timely, and anybody who says or dismisses it out of hand, I think is, I don't know who it was, but I know that somebody dismissed this out of hand, and I understand without even reading the report.
Yeah, oh, I know, that's right.
I think, and I think that shows the kind of closed-mindedness that we certainly don't need round this chamber. Having said that, I'd also like to, there needs to be a good understanding of the various steps or the various ownership models that can apply across public entities like ourselves, from council ownership, and there's a whole bunch of steps to selling of assets. Now, we need to have our minds open to all those options for ownership, whether they be totally council controlled and council owned, right down to selling some assets. And I wonder if you would just perhaps look at, say, as an example, the ports of Auckland, where there are a whole bunch of different ownership models right through from that total council ownership right through a totally privatised asset. So, and I wonder if you could perhaps just take us through some of those options.
Certainly, the first thing that we know, what we've said in our report is we have not gone further on this other than to identify a range of different options. We note that there's a consensus working group currently looking at the future of the port, so we've very much noted that as part of our report. But certainly in the canvassing of the options, there is obviously the full council ownership, and noting that it's actually several steps removed from council at the moment, so that's another one. Really, the one that we've looked at mostly in our report has not been a fully privatised, if you like, option. It's effectively been a split between the land holding of the port and the council retaining ownership of the land and leasing out the port operations, because that seems to be where some of the most recent trends have been. Like I say, though, we explicitly note in our report that there is a process currently underway to look at that, and that we've said nothing more than identify those options.
Thank you. Councillor Darby.
Thanks, Iwai Team. So this engagement was on the basis that you review alternative sources of financing. And we weren't looking for anything conventional, we weren't looking for anything traditional, we were looking for alternative sources of financing. So I read through your report, and there's 120 odd pages there, and I hope this doesn't sound unkind, but I was struggling to find where you homed in on that core question of alternative sources of financing. I could read a lot of desktop reviews of means of funding that have been well canvassed by this council and earlier reports and other councils. And then I read about, I think starting at about 94 in your report, going through for about 10 pages, there is some reference to alternative funding and some smaller content on alternative financing. But I guess I want to just explore the notion of what does alternative, non-traditional, non-conventional financing look like in the century that is starting to unfold? And for me, what's the real nub of alternative financing, which was the instruction, which I'm struggling to read in the document that's before us? Is it more than just the asset check? Because most of this seems to be an asset check. Maybe you can allow us to understand the nub of what you've discovered in true alternative financing as opposed to just an asset check, which I see in most of the pages.
I guess I'd start with the first point is what would you actually consider to be conventional financing, and probably if I were to put a starter for 10 in terms of conventional financing for a local authority, it's rates and user charges. It would be what people would consider to be the traditional side of financing for a local authority. If that is then the base on which you start, alternative financing is then potentially everything other than that.
Yeah.
And so what we have, or whether, and there's also a question as well of the mix of funding and financing across the council. So it's not just a question of what tools are available, it's the appropriate mix between, even on conventional, the appropriate mix between rates and user charges. And certainly in some areas that would also be considered to be looking at alternative ways of financing, because it's a movement, if you change the mix, it's a movement away from what you've conventionally done. So that said, your point about desktop, if you were to canvass, there's variations around a theme, around all these kind of different ways of financing and funding council operations. And we do, within our report, touch on things such as development contributions, sponsorship, tax increment financing and PPPs, and those are, as well as kind of recycling capital from existing activities into other activities. I guess off the top of my head, I can't immediately think of anything that's not captured across those generic headings. So it's a question of the depth in which you can potentially go in the mix of those tools that are there. And the critical thing I'd add too is that it's the application of each of those tools to a specific activity that's where the trick lies. So for example, if I was to look at Auckland Transport, doing a very good job in terms of the management of their bus shelters at the moment. So effectively sponsorship pays for the bus shelter and the sponsorship that you see on the side. Now a lot of other cities have used that approach to leverage into funding a city bike scheme. So it's the application of those different kinds of things to a specific purpose that's the critical question.
Thank you. Councillor Lee.
I'm not going to ask questions or engage at this stage, Madam Chair. I know how the game is played, but I think we need to be straightforward and honest. When we talk of asset sales, don't call it asset recycling, please. The public can see through all of that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Crum.
Thank you. I echo some of the earlier comments about appreciating this exercise. We definitely need to bring discipline to our choices. It's as simple as that. And to wish for governance decision-making out of thin air and on the basis of historical political philosophy or finger in the air role decision-making, it doesn't make good governance at all. I just have a question in regards to better business cases. So, notwithstanding the fact that we'll go through some of, it'll be interesting, the workshop in February in terms of actual assets and evaluating those, just some of those process, you seem to emphasise that process and policy making settings. And if I recall, you might have even have called better business cases the lowest or one of the low-hanging fruits in our earlier workshop. So you've today outlined a couple of our divisions who have done well. What was your findings on the rest?
In general, it is done well, but often the process by which people make decisions on assets often reflect on where they've come out of, or the part of their organisational focus. And I guess the critical thing is with the business case process is what it encourages is it's a if we were to take the best practice approach, which is rolled out across central government at the moment, they ask questions around the strategic rationale for things. They look at the economic, which is, is the world going to be better as a result of making this investment? And then delve into the financials and the commercials and the operationalisation of it. The benefit that you gain from that comprehensive approach is just that, it's comprehensive, so it often leaves very few questions unanswered. So and the example I gave in the workshop is the execution of the Otahu Library, which was, it's a great facility, it's been really, really well done, there's no doubt that it was needed. There was one part missing, so the people that were advancing that were people very focused on building a library. They didn't look at what to do with the existing library that was there, and as a result there's a discussion between Development Auckland and other parts of the council, including the community board, on what they should do with it. That discussion needs to be had, absolutely no doubt about it. Maybe it should have happened at the start rather than at the once you've already got the library in place.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cooper.
I think I'll leave it, Madam Chair. I think enough been said.
Okay.
Thank you.
Councillor Brewer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm particularly interested on that top right side of that diagram, that schematic, more so than the bottom left, which is the AECT Trust and others that are complex and non-strategic. But in the more simple category, up the top right there is the Auckland International Airport. Now, we as constituent councillors have been conditioned in this chamber for 5 years that is a strategic asset. It is strategically important that we retain our 22.4% at all cost, and don't ever kill the goose that lays the golden egg, because the proceeds would never match the annualised dividend. And I think people can hear the tone of my voice where that rhetoric has come from over the last 5 years. But I'm interested in EY here, that you say, as does Cameron Partners in another report, obviously, we believe there are weak strategic reasons for retaining the Auckland International Airport shares, and significant value could be realised if the shareholding was sold down. So one, I just want a question on why there are, in your view, weak strategic reasons for retaining the shares, and two, how the proceeds of a sell down, wholly or partially, could compare with our annualised dividend that we've been enjoying.
So the process that we've talked about in terms of the airport and the steps that need to be taken is just purely on a financial perspective, which we'll get to the differences between the dividend and the potentially the net interest savings that the council will have in a minute. The critical question around the airport is, what do you hope to achieve from owning those 22+% shares within the airport? And there are a range of things, and it's the point I touched on at the start, which is that the council obviously has interests that are both ownership interests, but also regulatory interests, strategic interests, and economic development interests. And in the course of our review, if we looked at each one of those questions in the context of the airport, the ability of the Auckland Airport Board or an individual board member within the board to influence particular regulatory decisions around land use and things like that. I mean, the council as an entity clearly has stronger control as a council rather than, say, for example, having a board member on there. From an economic development perspective, obviously there's a fundamental interest in attracting visitors to Auckland and tourism. That's a place where the airports, both the airport's interests and Auckland Council's interests, both as a council and as ATED, are completely aligned. But the critical thing is that those decisions in those areas need to be worked through before a decision on what to do with the shares needs to be decided. And then there are further questions around, is having a board member important to the council? And then at what level, if that's a critical thing, at what level do you need shares to hold that? So in terms of the net interest savings, so basically we've looked across the years at both the annual dividends and the special dividends that council's received from the airport. And obviously those vary between about $12 million per annum and $38 million on the annual dividend plus the special dividend. What we find is that a year-on-year saving, if you were to retire debt associated with that, so the net saving would be $27 to $43 million per annum year-on-year from the council not holding those shares in terms of paying down existing debt.
23 to 47 million net saving. So if we just, secondly, Madam Chair, and finally, if we were to sell down, I think as a proposition has been put here, not a proposition, a case study or an example, 12.4% of our 22.4% and retained 10%, what difference does that give us at a strategic level? Does that change our ability to influence takeovers, to influence super decisions that are being made by the board? If we were to change from a 22.4% holding to a 10% holding, what is inherently the strategic difference in those two percentages?
We probably couldn't answer that off the top of our heads. There would need to be a more detailed market assessment because the first question is, would you necessarily get somebody on the board at 10%? Because obviously the first part of exercising control around those questions is having a board member or the board being able to.
What about, you allude to it in your report, the Overseas Investment Office and the role that they have that supersedes any one member sitting on the board of the Auckland International Airport?
And that's part of, like I say, that wider discussion that needs to be had, where all those things are brought together and the dynamics between them actually understood before decisions are made on the level of shareholdings.
So you're saying that there were weak strategic reasons for holding the Auckland International Airport shares. On that, I suggest that what you're concluding is if there are weak strategic reasons, it is not a strategic regional asset.
But it's alternative funding.
So I think, thank you.
You won't have the debate
So,
tonight.
Thank you.
This is
the
Mike Lee report.
And that is exactly the sort of thing that we will be workshopping in February and asking more information about, you know, all those sorts of things. We're certainly not going to make any decisions today. Thank you very much. I've got Cathy, Councillor Casey.
First of all, to foreshadow an amendment to your resolution, I have absolutely no intention of this being behind closed doors. If ever there was an opportunity for the people of Auckland to see what their elected representatives think in terms of whether we sell or not sell our assets, it's this. My amendment is to change the word workshop to open meeting. I need a seconder.
Point of order, Madam Chair, just a
actually-
clarification. Are these reports publicly available?
Yes,
Of course
they
they
are.
are.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you, councillor Casey. Is that what you wanted to say?
No, I need a seconder.
Well, thank you.
No, I've got questions for EY.
Yes, we'll ask the questions.
There was nothing that was said by either EY or Cameron at the workshop that couldn't have been said in public, by the way, not a single scrap. So I have no idea why that was a workshop, not an open meeting.
It wasn't, it was,
A briefing.
it was a briefing.
Whether it's a briefing or a workshop, this is way too important to be hidden.
And it's here.
There it is.
And this is the discussion we're having now.
We're discussing having a workshop in February, and I'm saying not
And
on you,
after-
Nelly Duff.
Councillor, it's for the council to decide, but it would seem a bit silly to want to go through an open meeting asking reports from staff and getting the information we need before we go public and before we actually ask the public.
That's your opinion, you're entitled to have
Yes,
it.
that is my opinion
Well,
as chair.
I'm one of
Madam
those-
Chair, point of clarification, I think we need some legal advice here, because if we're openly discussing our future plans for the Auckland International Airport that's publicly listed, and if we are openly discussing our plans about the ports of Auckland, which has big competition in this country, then I suggest that we have to tread very commercially and legally sensitively.
Okay, thank you. Now, can we just stick to asking questions of EY?
Well, everybody else made speeches. Is it just questions from me?
You can make, most people haven't really. They've been asking for information, councillor Casey.
Well, I'm one of those ones who didn't support doing this for good reasons. I think this is what gives Auckland Council a bad name, and I cannot believe that this mayor oversaw this with all the assets on the table, including 1,412 units of housing for older people, which Cameron Partners put into the commercial category. Fortunately, you didn't. Chamberlain Park Golf Course. Do you know how long the Albert Eden Board has spent persuading people they're not going to sell it and we're not going to build houses on it?
We haven't made any
We also,
decisions to do
yesterday
that.
at the Parks Committee, we talked about sport and how there's a golf course review due in March. This open meeting to discuss these reports is due in February. There's cart and horse stuff which just defies belief here. Road tolling. I thought we'd done with that. Back on the agenda. Thank you very much. Sell-off of airport shares, sell-off of the ports of Auckland. It needs to be done with people being accountable for their position. Whether we get a legal opinion that says that certain things can't be discussed, that the actual position of every elected member in this chamber needs to be said out loud in public and not behind closed doors. And that's, I want to have that debate today. This is completely out of kilter with the mood of the people. Who's phoning you asking you to sell our assets? Not me.
We're not talking about selling assets,
Yes, we
councillor.
are.
I will
Actually, that's what
continue to
all this
say
is
that.
about. That's what all this is about. If we weren't, why did we put them on the table to be considered by these consultants? Why did we do that?
Because we asked them to do it.
No, this is licensed to sell. And I'll tell you what, it'll be an election issue next October.
I know Labour have run it for the 3 last elections.
Thank you, councillor Brewer. Thank you.
And we've won it.
So I've got a quick question. I'm quite interested. We actually own quite a few regional parks right throughout Auckland. Thank you. Remember that everything you're saying goes through the webcast. So we've got quite a few regional parks right throughout Auckland. Now, only on 1 or 2 of them do we actually have, say, accommodation that people can stay. I was interested that there didn't seem to be any looking at that, because, I mean, huge tourism opportunities. I mean, I know that I think we're going to be looking later, or, later on in the year at some of this. I know that when the ARC bought Scandrets, for example, they very sensibly didn't tear down all the batches, which actually now are a source of revenue because they rent them out. The same thing happened at Archute Creek, and I think there's 2 houses up there, but, you know, did you look at anything like that? Can't buy an ice cream in many of our regional parks.
Yes, we did identify the batches that are on both the regional parks and also also ones that aren't on the regional parks, and that's a very good example of both, I suppose, the commercial opportunities that are available to the council, and obviously to achieve a number of other purposes, which is getting people to enjoy the council's parks. But they're also a reflection as well, and it touches on some of the golf course points as well, about the complexity of the parks environment and so on, and looking at what opportunities are there to enhance the environment, but also around the commercial side of things. Now, the critical thing is, when considering the parks and reserves, is quite often they're managing sensitive catchments. There's a range of different things that each one of those things, the parks and so on, achieve, and it's really important to have a look at those. But certainly when we looked at the existing batches, we were quite surprised at the level of underutilisation of some of those, so that they could actually be promoted better.
Yeah.
And they're actually, it's very cheap to spend a night there as well. So on the one hand, you've got no waiting list, but on the other hand, they're very, very cheap. But the business case approach as well is one that actually will get better decision making around actually potentially investing more in terms of getting accommodation in those parks.
Thank you. Councillor Clow.
Thank you. I've got it's just a question, and the question that I'd like Cameron Partners to answer the same question. We've got an asset base there of 42 million with a little bit of extra valuation on International Airport. 70% of that effectively is infrastructure where there's no alternate use. We build it, we then depreciate it, and it just starts sliding. You can't do anything else with it. There's another 18%, which between 18 and makes it close to 90% in total on community assets, which again, okay, you've made some suggestions, but arguably there is not a lot of alternative use there either. So in effect, we're really only, and probably the body of your recommendations and Cameron Partners is based around the 7% of realisable assets that are airport, ports and commercial parking, etc., which in putting the true value of the International Airport shares is actually a total of about 9% of our asset base. In reality, that's the only part of our asset base, the only part of the balance sheet that has the potential to grow through valuation, whether it be the share price going up or the land going up, and it's a real thing that we could generate. A lot of your discussion and the recommendations from Cameron Partners is obviously to dispose of those assets, yet not much reflection or feedback on what that does to our balance sheet and the potential to grow that balance sheet, because as I say, the other 90% we're not going to be able to grow much. It's just a dead asset with hardly any alternate use. Can you just comment on that? Because obviously it's pretty obvious we lose the dividend stream, and you've got an example of the airport that perhaps there's a net gain if we did it differently, but we are losing the capital gain, and clearly the airport shares have something like 40% in the last year, for example, and arguably are on a trajectory to go up and not go down ever, possibly, but things do come down, but generally these core infrastructure assets are going to be pretty solid. Can you just comment on why you didn't comment too much about us shedding those assets? And as Councillor John Walker said, never to be had again.
Yeah, we in as much as our scope is that first brush and we haven't gone through that kind of detailed financial modelling and looking at the opportunity costs, I think the airport's probably a good example of this, because the question was also raised at the workshop last week. around what about the increase in the capital value of the airport and the increase over time in terms of the share prices. And I guess the critical question there is looking at what the counterfactual is in terms of in the case of the airport. Our first brush analysis basically shows you probably to even get close in terms of the dividend growth, you'd effectively have to be doubling your dividend to even get close to the savings that you'd make on the interest that you're currently paying on your other debt. So, but that's the kind of thing that as any one of these has progressed, you need to look at in a large amount of detail.
Yeah, and that's what we'll be asking for. Thank you. Councillor Wood?
Yeah, thank you. Just going back to that report at the Auckland International Airport Limited, and you're talking about this loss of, benefit to the ratepayers of Auckland, between, I think it was page here, but it was between, 250 and 427 million over 10 years of the long-term plan. You see the life of the long-term plan. So you've looked at, people say, but they gave us a special dividend, 100 million. That's all factored in, is it?
We've looked at the average returns over the last few years, and also looked at that average the special dividend as well. So we've incorporated that.
So, and you come out with that figure that the ratepayers of Auckland are potentially losing that substantial amount of 25 to 42 million in that range each year.
Each year, net.
Okay, that's good to know. Now, just going to the ports of Auckland, you talk about, you come to the conclusion that in value in investigating the long-term lease of the Port of Auckland, but I just wonder, did you look at the comparison between Port of Tauranga, which is listed on the New Zealand Stock Exchange, the substantial owner of that port is the Regional Council of Bay of Plenty, I think, as opposed to the Port of Auckland actually going back on the stock exchange and Auckland Council having a similar scenario to what Tauranga has. Because Tauranga is, if I look at it, I think recently, Tauranga's market capitalisation is about $2.6 billion. And we've lost so much value in the port here when we used to have a higher market cap than Tauranga. So had you looked at that, and would that be a difficult process to undertake to replace the Port of Auckland on the stock exchange?
Cameron Partners are probably slightly better qualified to talk about the processes for listing on the stock exchange, but that's the matrix of options around, and this is certainly how we've looked at it. The matrix of options around the ownership and the retention of the land that the port sits on versus the port operations. There are a number of different ways that you could cut that in terms of ownership on the share market, or say, for example, the land underlying being 100% owned by the council, as the non-working side of the waterfront is, where basically council owns the land and is entering into 120-odd year leases, which are very, very close, from a development perspective to what you can get in terms of selling, but still the council retains the land that sits underneath them. So we've looked at that matrix of approaches across.
So you've got one conclusion, which is that scenario you've just described, but you agree that there could be other scenarios that we could investigate.
Absolutely, and those are, and basically we say that the future port study is the place to advance those, or there is a process going on right now to look at those questions.
Yeah, so they could come out through that future port study, and then we could move into another phase to look at that ownership issues. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
Good question.
Councillor Wayne Walker.
Sure. Yeah, thanks for the report. I've got a few things that may amount to questions, or they might be just some comments, and I think what you've kicked off is a conversation. One of the things that I would suggest is that, as much and all as there's a bundle of information at this level. There's a conversation that I'd suggest the council needs to have at a higher level, that is above this. And my view is that we haven't really had enough of that. So I don't think that we're especially good at dealing with the competing objectives amongst the council-controlled organisations. We still don't have our act together there, and that's reflected in a number of decisions recently. The film studio issue, for example, where on one hand there's ATs, it's got objectives, there's Panuku, it's got other objectives, and then conceivably other things on top of that. The other matter that concerns me really goes to the issues that Councillor Darby was raising about really looking at alternatives, and I keep making suggestions but they continue to not get picked up. So when I look at the comment that you make around transport, you mentioned road tolls. There's the tax per kilometre travelled that's been actively trialled right now in Oregon. 21 states have approved the legislation that enables that. There's going to be a dramatic increase in electric vehicles and a significant reduction in fuel tax over time, and most economies on the planet recognise that. So we need to be moving to solutions that sync government's requirements and our requirements and solve joint problems. I don't see that here. There's a very small commentary around tax increment funding. When we have the City Rail Link, we've got light rail, we've got projects, and sure you mentioned the London Underground example, but there are examples that we could put into the mix that are relatively simple in principle, and there's huge scope there. New Zealand's a very stable place to invest in. So I'd like to see a lot more of that. Around the ports issue and the airport issue, there's some current commentary, but if we look at a little bit of history and the remarkable decision that the Auckland Regional Council made to acquire the ports area that enabled all that development down in Wynyard.
That's right.
That simply would not have happened otherwise.
That's right.
It would not have happened. If you flog it off, the other potential things that we have not yet examined aren't even going to be possible because we will have closed them out. And we know that we can't leave it to the marketplace to deliver on a whole bundle of things that are civic things that are important for the development of Auckland. So at the higher level, at the macro level, we need to have a conversation around that. We haven't done that yet, or not adequately enough. There's some useful things that you pull out around accommodation, for example, and I like that, pulling things together. One of the options that I put on the table is redeveloping the vicinity of the Civic Administration Building so that we can reconstitute our civic heart. Maybe move out of Albert Street, which is just an office building, that's all it is, and a distance away, realise the value on that, but pull things together and make this civic part of Auckland, which will exist for a long time into the future, the town hall ain't going to shift, make that work. And I'd suggest that there's a strong economic case around that, and that could be some form of private partnership as well. The other thing that concerns me at the macro level around the golf courses and the like, we can flog off our green space, but we know that once you've done it, you're never going to get it back. Never going to get it back. And we have not had the conversation about the additional green space that we're going to need in Auckland that's accessible to people for recreation.
Councillor,
Against the background where we've got...
Those are discussions that we will be having, so I'm just looking at the time.
Well, I am making a plea
Yes.
for not just discussions. May I have an opportunity to speak, Madam Chair?
Yes, I'm just trying to get
Nowhere
you...
near as long as some other speakers earlier on today.
I'm just trying to get you...
Understood.
Okay?
Understood.
Don't
So,
traverse things that we will be
well, if you let
discussing
me
later.
have an opportunity to finish what I'm saying, I might be able to do that. Or shall I leave you to second guess what I'm going to say, Madam Chair?
Pretty good at that.
If that's the case and you can't second guess, I'll advance. So my concern is that we identify the conversation that I'm suggesting and we prioritise that and we agendarise that. And I would hope that that happens before or at least concurrently with whatever workshop discussion we're going to have as a consequence of this, because this is way too narrow. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Do you want to comment? You don't have to.
Other than just to note that actually, effectively what you talk about in terms of the processes are the things that we identify in the report as those important first steps in terms of talking about these kind of things.
Thank you. Councillor John Watson.
Thank you. Yeah, I just wanted to ask you about one of your comments that you made up in the operational performance, where you make the observation that improving the efficiency of existing expenditure reduces the overall requirement for revenue funded from rates, which is of course is a given. What I'm wondering is that whether the kind of the scope of your study really is sufficient in your mind. It seems to be, I guess by nature limited, given the overall sort of brief that you're undertaking. So I guess most people in the public would, before they proceeded towards, a lot of the recommendations here, would be seeking absolute assurance that current expenditure, is you're running a tight ship and balancing across the organisation could achieve some of the goals, not least of which is the one of reducing rates. So wouldn't it have been appropriate in the first instance, or even more so now, to get some sort of really independent, thorough, rigorous analysis of that before proceeding, to stage 2, which this seems to me to be stage 2. So to give you an example, across the organisation, we don't have much oversight over, Auckland Transport or RFA or things like that. But conceivably, if you were to look at that efficiency of existing expenditure, might go a long way to addressing a number of the shortfalls that are identified in your report. You haven't done it. Shouldn't that have been done as a first up? A far more rigorous analysis of that right across all sectors of the council.
So Councillor, just remind councillors that's not what their brief was.
No, but
I mean,
their brief is to reduce the effect on rates, isn't it? So what I'm saying, and I think would be an entirely logical starting point, is shouldn't you, and I'm not casting any aspersions on you guys, but as the organisation, shouldn't that be the first port of call and an overall aim such as is emerging from these briefs?
I'll take that, Madam Chair. If I refer to page 69, that is in fact the very first action that we have asked to be taken.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. Great. Well, thank you. Can I...
Madam Chair, just before you
well,
finish up here, I think it's important to note, and it's been a number of councillors have talked about recommendations from this report.
Well, we've got some recommendations coming. Oh, sorry.
They talk about recommendations within the report. Yep. And I think it's important to point out that the only recommendation that I can find is a recommendation not to proceed or recommend any further investigation of options until the pending future port study has been completely digested by the relevant decision makers.
Right.
I think that seems to be the only recommendation in here. There's no recommendations in here. These are, it's up to us to make the recommendations.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So, look, thank you very much. You can see, Councillor Wood, you've already asked a question. Councillor, can I thank you very much? You can see that this is just the beginning of going to be a very interesting and often emotional debate, I think, at various times. So thank you very much. A very readable report and very well done, and raises some good questions. Thank you very much. Councillors, I'm very conscious of time. Do you want to have a 2-minute break, or are you happy? So I think of a 2-minute break, and then we'll have Cameron and Partners, and then we'll have lunch, and then we'll have the debate. Okay? The chair's got to go.
strange. No, I didn't get anything.
Just, yep.
Just send it to Louis. Just try again with just Louis. You on the photo.
Councillors, are we ready? Right. I think we better start. Thanks, Hugo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We've got some slides here which we'll run through reasonably quickly. I'm Hugo Ellis. I'm from Cameron Partners, a partner at Cameron Partners. I'm here with my colleagues Paul Doherty and Daniela Bassard. Rob Cameron also sends his apologies. He's got some medical treatment today which he couldn't transfer. Perhaps I can just introduce Cameron Partners for those who don't know us. We're a New Zealand investment bank owned by the partners.
Can we pull the microphone a bit closer, please?
Apologies. We advise on a range of transactions, mergers and acquisitions, capital raisings, and provide corporate finance advice. We've got a great deal of experience advising local government. We led the establishment of the Local Government Funding Agency back in 2010 and 2011. We've advised Wellington Regional Council, Christchurch City Council, Local Government New Zealand, and Waterfront Auckland. And obviously, most recently, we've prepared a report, or undertaken a review and prepared a report for Auckland Council on its alternative financing sources. I think it's probably worthwhile highlighting a few key things from our report. The first of those is that the report or the review hasn't been undertaken in response to a funding or a financing crisis. Auckland Council has a balanced long-term plan, so its revenues and its costs have been debated and agreed. Its debt levels are consistent with a very strong AA credit rating, and the CapEx spending that's part of that long-term plan is maximised within those constraints. So essentially there is a viable status quo position for Auckland Council. However, we think that the purpose of the review is to flush out whether the status quo is in fact the optimal position for the council. So effectively there's a desire to test the ability whether the capital plan can be accelerated or expanded. Because, as everyone around the table knows, Auckland Council is growing at an incredible rate. It's growing by the size of Hamilton every 5 years, which is really quite mind-boggling when you think about the infrastructure requirements that means. And there's also significant catch-up investment required, so there's significant deferred maintenance which has been occurring over a lengthy period. As we've gone through the process, we've had extensive access to Auckland Council personnel, but we haven't talked with a wide range of other stakeholders due to the timeframes of the review itself. And so further development of the options is going to require a great deal more consultation. And as we've looked at the financing options, to be frank, there are numerous options. So our approach is to set out the broad choices with supporting analysis and decision frameworks to assist the council to efficiently identify and prioritise areas where it wishes to undertake further investigation. We think that the council should be thinking of these options as a menu. Some of those options won't be starters and can be dismissed quite quickly. Some will require further investigation. In terms of putting the frameworks together, what we're hoping to assist the council with is not to make ad hoc decisions on assets, but rather take a more systematic approach to the way it thinks about its financing options. And we haven't prepared an advocacy paper either. We're not recommending specific options. Those decisions are for the councillors around the table to make. But what we do is we provide recommendations on the decision frameworks and the processes that we think the council should follow. So as we've worked with local authorities over the years, we've developed a good understanding of the budgeting process that councils must go through. And the way we think about it is that there's 4 broad interrelated levers that local authorities have to meet their expenditure plans and balance the budgets. And these levers can be categorised as funding options and financing options. Financing options is how a local authority is ultimately going to pay for expenditure, and that's through raising external revenue and generating surpluses. And then financing is the way that local authorities raise the money to undertake that expenditure in the interim. Ultimately, all financing options are finite or they're constrained by the funding position of the local authority. So in the long term, Auckland Council must ultimately raise more revenue if it wishes to spend more. What we're talking about and what the scope of the review was to look at financing options and not the funding options. So our focus has been on the financing options, and we have identified 3 broad categories of options that we look at, that we've looked at in the report, and that is there additional debt capacity? What value can be released from existing assets that Auckland Council owns, and what financing can be raised from alternative sources or partnership arrangements. But before we get into a brief summary of those 3 categories, we think it's worthwhile emphasising some of the key financing principles which go to the heart of the dilemma that all councils face when they're balancing their budgets. And the first one is that all financing options have drawbacks. Unfortunately, there's no free lunch. If a council wishes to increase debt or use debt-like instruments such as PPPs, that creates a financing cost and a principal sum that requires repayment. So it essentially requires additional funding. Selling assets loses the benefits, and they could be financial benefits in terms of dividends, or the public benefits that the council receives from owning those assets. And the second thing is that council must make choices. Auckland Council is capital constrained. It can't keep raising revenue from its ratepayers and from the public, and its financing options are finite. So the council can't retain the status quo and invest in additional infrastructure. So a decision to do one is a decision not to do the other. And councils need to explicitly consider the merits of one choice against the other, another choice. There's an opportunity cost, and doing nothing is still a decision. So if we look at the first of the financing options, it's around whether there's additional debt capacity for Auckland Council. And Auckland Council's debt capacity is ultimately constrained by a combination of the policies of the local government funding agency, its own internal policies, and the credit rating that the council wishes to maintain. And if we sort of cut through the chase, under the current arrangements, there's little additional debt capacity. The constraint that the council has is firstly put in place by the local government funding agency, which has a net debt to revenue ratio. And when the analysis is done on the forecasts, the crunch point comes in 2019, where the council expects to have 9.5 billion of debt and have 10.5 billion in debt capacity. So it's at that point it'll effectively have $1 billion in headroom. If the council wishes to increase the debt capacity, firstly it would have to, or it has a number of options. It could accept that it doesn't need $1 billion in additional debt capacity or headroom, and could decide to go with a lower amount. Secondly, it could renegotiate the financial covenants that it has with the local government funding agency. That's not particularly straightforward. It requires an ordinary resolution from the shareholders of the local government funding agency. It would invariably need to accept a lower credit rating and the consequences of a lower credit rating, and it would ultimately need to amend its own internal policies. In any event, if the council does decide that it wishes to raise additional debt capacity, it ultimately needs to fund that. There's interest payments that need to be made, and there's a principal that needs to be repaid as well. So there will be consequences of that additional debt. I'll pass over to Paul to talk about the other 2 categories.
Thanks, Hugo. Partnerships and alternative procurement is the second box of financing levers. we think about private sector or partnerships with the private sector in their wider sense. So basically any form of partnership with the private sector in regard to the construction and or maintenance or of a public asset or service. There's a range of potential partners for these kind of activities, you know, construction consortia, the Māori, Superfund, ACC, infrastructure investors. They all have different investment criteria, will all be looking for, you know, all be willing to take different risks, looking for different levels of liquidity, different investment horizons, but the one thing they will all have in common is that they all be looking for a commercial return on any money that they put into any opportunity. So the implication of that, right, is that if the project that is being funded doesn't itself generate sufficient external revenues to provide that commercial return, then the council's going to be on the hook for providing that commercial return. And I think, you know, to cut to the chase, if you're looking at increasing the amount of expenditure on infrastructure assets, the likelihood is that they themselves are not going to generate a commercial return based on external revenues without some significant changes in policies around road pricing and what have you. What that means is that most of the PPP structures and private partnership structures you'll be looking at will have a lot of debt-like implications for the council. Ultimately, you'll be creating an obligation to repay the commercial partners' financing over some period of time. That being said, private sector partnerships can still be very attractive. They present in general, and they are always case specific, but generally they are regarded as having strong procurement benefits in terms of cost outcomes and strong risk transfer outcomes as well. We seem to be at a time in history where very low costs of capital are being sought from investors in public infrastructure. And the combination of those two factors means that a council can get better value by using private sector partnerships to construct large infrastructure assets than it can by borrowing on its own and self-constructing. So that's the one major advantage. The second major advantage is that sort of unlike traditional debt products, because it's a sort of a private contract for debt, you can structure that particular debt arrangement and its repayment profile to suit the particular funding requirements or abilities of the council. So we certainly recommend that, given that there's something like $13.5 billion of infrastructure capex in the long-term plan, that further investigation of using the private sector as a financing tool is warranted. In a similar vein, outsourcing. We note in the report that the council in the field makes good use, strong use of outsourcing. AT, for example, outsources a lot of its road maintenance and road construction. Watercare outsources a lot of its maintenance activities. Parks and Recreation outsources a lot of its maintenance activities. So the council is actually a very strong user of outsourcing. The difference that we do note is that internal to the council officers' functions, there is quite a relatively low level of outsourcing compared to corporates in New Zealand. And we think that that's an area where the council could look to use to a greater level of outsourcing. And there may be within that construct the ability to sell the underlying assets that are being used to provide the relevant internal service, such as IT or printing or fleet, and with the efficiency savings obtained, offsetting the funding cost of having those assets in the private hands. And just finally on this page, we also note that the council owns and occupies about $280 million of vanilla commercial office space. Compared to most corporates, and certainly corporates that would regard themselves as having a capital constraint, be quite rare for organisations to typically own these kind of generic property assets. We understand, based on our conversations, that it's mainly driven by the observation that rental rates are higher than your borrowing rate. And as we discussed later, we think using the borrowing rate as a threshold for asset ownership is at best misleading. Asset recycling, and we've used the term asset recycling here not to avoid using the concept of asset sales, because asset sales is indeed one leg of the transaction, but it is done with a view that ultimately what we're trying to do here is raise finance to create other assets. So we are talking about exchanging one asset for another.
Exactly. That's
right. We've looked at we've gone through at a relatively high level, trying to see where where there was possibilities for the council to realise value in existing assets. We classified the existing council balance sheet into three broad categories. Infrastructure assets, essentially AT, water care and stormwater. Then the community assets of regional parks and the community facilities. And then what we call the commercial assets. And I know from the workshop last Monday that the inclusion of certain assets in certain categories is not without controversy, but the reason for doing that was more to sort of align where we saw the ability to capture value from the different asset classes. As you'll see when we talk about it, in infrastructure, it's really about whether or not we can get cost savings out of the asset management plans. With community assets, it's about making sure that the council understands just the true value of the land and buildings that are being used to provide certain services, and testing alternative use value, and whether or not, in situations where there's high alternative use, the underlying service could be provided in a different way. And with the commercial assets, it's really just it's trying to test whether the council needs to own all or part of the underlying assets to provide or to ensure that the service is being provided. If I turn the page and look at infrastructure assets first, we're talking about 29 odd billion worth of assets here. It's the lion's share of the Auckland balance sheet. CapEx over the next 10 years is 13.5 billion, so once again it's very much the lion's share of capital expenditure. We haven't really focused on looking at potentially trying to release value here through a sale of these activities. That would require quite some significant changes in policy around pricing for water, pricing for roads and pricing for stormwater. So we haven't really focused on that. The options that we have looked at within infrastructure is we note that that all these organisations have a significant land that they hold with the purpose that it might be required for future use. The nature of these organisations is that they're not commercially driven, so there are organisational incentives to be quite conservative regarding the judgments that get made around the holding of potential future use land. And we also note that there is very little record kept about what the alternative use value of that land might be. For example, Watercare's got 2,000 odd hectares of forestry up in the northwest. Up in Riverhead. And so we think that one area where there a bit more focus could be applied would be a bit more sort of rigorous process around identifying and understanding the alternative value of use of some of that land. As we mentioned before, infrastructure assets are very strong contenders for the use of private sector partnerships, and we encourage that. And the third area is we do suggest that, given that we're looking at $13.5 billion worth of capex over the next 10 years, that if we can find ways where we can see similar levels of service and asset quality maintained, but with marginally lower levels of expenditure, you don't need large savings to create, or large percentage savings to create large absolute savings. And so in our report, we've encouraged the council to look at ways that the private sector could become involved in the asset management plan through various partnership arrangements and share the savings that get made with council. Community assets. So this is I've got a book value on the balance sheet of about $8 billion, but again. these are assets that are being valued in their current use, which is, you know, a range of things from, you know, parks and reserves to regional parks to land under community centres and what have you. If you look at the land that immediately surrounds a lot of these assets, probably the market value and alternative use may be as high as 50 billion, certainly significantly higher than they're currently being assessed. So, look, the financing opportunity here exists in regard to these assets where there's situations where there's a materially higher alternative use value for the land. And, you know, so that creates potentially two situations. One where, you know, in those situations, could council look to provide the underlying service in a way that still manages to free up those land and buildings? Or is the level of market value that's attached to that particular asset so high that you can't really justify providing the underlying service to such a small number of residents compared to the benefit that might be obtained for the whole of Auckland if you could free up some of that money? Now, so we're not sitting here advocating a wholesale sale of, you know, parks and community facilities. What we are suggesting, however, is, you know, that we suspect the attitude to, you know, providing, for example, golf courses in the inner city is different if you think that land is worth $61 million, as it's currently on the balance sheet, as opposed to if you think it's worth $1.5 billion. We think that, you know, if you've got an underutilised community asset, that, you know, you might have a different view about whether you could, you know, try and have that service provided in a different way if the land and buildings underneath it is worth $1 million as opposed to if it's worth $10 million. So the major recommendation we're making here really is, and it echoes EY's, which is what we really need is a central register of the land and buildings that are being used that sit underneath the community services, that details what their alternative value use is and the constraints that might exist in terms of releasing that, so that the council can make informed decisions about, you know, whether these are the right uses of this capital. And finally, the commercial assets. In our view, the framework that needs to be applied here is we start from the premise that we think the arguments are pretty weak for the council to own assets purely for the benefit of getting a commercial return. The council is capital constrained. We assume it has projects that it can't do for want of money that it would like to do and it believes are value enhancing. So therefore, to have capital tied up in assets that are only expected to earn from this point on a commercial return seems like an odd choice to make in that capital constrained environment. So to us, the key issue about whether the council should own commercial assets is one that's based on what is the rationale for ownership and control of that particular asset. And, you know, we think that there needs to be a, you know, relatively compelling control imperative to support Auckland Council ownership. And that would include that the service wouldn't be provided without council ownership, or, and this is probably the nub of it really, that there's some conflict between the business plan you're going to see under private ownership and the business plan that the public sector would prefer. And so, you know, the major recommendation in this section is that what we think you need is a pretty robust process where you go through and you tease out just why it is that you think that the council needs to own certain assets, what public good it is protecting through its ownership, and whether or not there are alternatives that could still allow that protection, if it is required, to be delivered, other than the existing level of ownership of that asset. Because we, in a report you've seen, is that we've looked through a large number of these assets, and by and large, there are exceptions, but by and large, we think prima facie at the moment some of the rationale for commercial ownership is relatively weak. That's not to say that the assets aren't strategically important, and it's not to say that they haven't provided a strong return in the past, but it's just to say that the underlying imperative for council control. It doesn't appear to be that strong, so we certainly recommend a more robust process around that. Final slide. Just some more sort of general related observations and recommendations. Again, we start from the point that we regard Auckland Council as capital constrained, so therefore processes that encourage capital efficiency are important. And so, here are some sort of observations and recommendations that we dropped out of our work. First of all, we think that there needs to be a greater sort of use of opportunity cost analysis in the decision around asset ownership. The reality is that a decision to retain ownership of an asset or a business or an activity, you've got to consider the alternative use of the capital involved in that. In a capital constrained world, a decision to carry on owning asset X is actually a decision to own asset X in preference to doing project Y. So that goes to the very heart of our point that simply earning a commercial return is not a sufficient test of the benefit of council ownership, because you're foregoing investing in something that you think will be better. We think there needs to be more, as we said earlier, more rigorous testing of the council ownership and control imperative across its assets. We think that there's the use of the council's borrowing rate as a test of the sense of ownership is incorrect. We understand why it happens, because at the margin the borrowing rate decides the funding implication, but the reality is that that favours the retention of high yielding assets without any recognition of their risk. And the reality is that your balance sheet is not 100% funded by debt. Of your 42 odd billion of assets, about 8 billion is funded by debt. The rest is funded by scarce ratepayer equity, who should want to see that money invested in stuff that's going to give them the best return as people of Auckland. The next comment we'd make is that once Auckland acquires assets and they're used for a purpose, the use of that capital seems to be regarded as free, and that goes to the point that we're making about community assets, that constantly being aware of what the alternative use value of the land that's being used to provide a community service is important. And you should always be testing whether or not you can provide the service or meet your obligation to that service in a way that uses less capital. And we don't really see that in the processes that exist around the budgetary elements at the moment. And then the final point is that there's quite strong disincentives at the local board level to not identify assets that may be better, where the value might be better used elsewhere, and that reflects the fact that any land sale that happens at a local level, the funding just disappears into the consolidated fund. So working out some arrangements with local boards where, if they provide a service in a way that frees up capital value, that they actually receive some of the benefit back to the board level, I think would be appropriate as well. So those are our major recommendations.
Great, very good, thank you very much. Now, I have first up Kathy, Councillor Casey.
Oh, it's the same question I asked you at the workshop, just with a bit more added on now since I've had time to read your report. You decided that housing for older people should be put through, or you're recommending to us that we put it through the commercial considerations, so there's that stream and not the community facilities stream. How do you recycle an asset like housing for older people once you've sold it?
How do you recycle? The reason that it's in that group is because we believe the question that needs to be asked there is, if you have an obligation to provide housing for older people, you can test whether there's different models of providing that other than having to own the underlying housing stock that's used to provide it. And so that's the only reason it's there.
On your page, our page 97, your page 97, our page 99, you've got a summary of all the net sales, although you're telling us we shouldn't sell. There's a giant carrot on this page that says, if all the identified assets were divested, council could raise up to 2.7 billion.
Yeah. So there's...
That includes housing for older people.
Yeah, so there's two things. Well, the thing that goes on with housing, you can sell that housing stock, right? But that you would then have an obligation to provide a subsidy to the person who is using that housing stock, to provide it to you know, at the subsidised rate to the older people.
Oh, I didn't read that anywhere in there.
Well, it's there. So we're not suggesting that you don't provide the service. We're saying that there's a different model of providing housing for older people than the council having to own the asset. For example, the Crown at the moment is moving very much to a model where it contracts with a range of community housing providers to provide housing for social needs.
That works. If housing for older people is in the community section, it works. Then you're looking at freeing up some of the funding by delivering the service in different ways. It doesn't work when you put it in the commercial section. It doesn't work.
As I say, the only reason it's in the commercial section is because it, along with all the other assets, it's asking the question, does the council need to own this asset to have that service provided?
Yep, then it's land and buildings. Right, any other questions?
No.
Councillor Quacks?
Yeah, just right at the outset, you made a comment about using the argument that that borrowing rates are higher than that the rents are higher than the borrowing rates. Is a misleading argument. Can you just expand a little further on that?
It's just simply at the moment, say the decision to own an asset is being weighed against how much debt could be reduced if you were to sell it, right? Versus the dividend stream that you're currently getting from it, right? And if the dividend stream is higher than the interest that would be saved if you sold it, then there's a prima facie decision to retain the asset. And that's driven by the fact that if you start with a premise that you've already got a balanced 10-year budget, right, that you create a funding hole by that difference if you were to sell the asset, right? But the reality is that the required return on that asset is much higher than your funding rate. And so you have to acknowledge it as a funding gap, but the underlying premise of owning an asset is that you should expect a commercial return on that asset. In the case of an office building, you can separate, if you like, in your mind, the council as tenant from the council as commercial property owner. And the commercial property owner should be getting a commercial return on that asset.
Okay. Councillor Wood?
Yeah, just in relation to this issue of debt, this cushioning of $1 billion between, below the 250 threshold for maximum debt, that's just to be prudent, is it, you're recommending?
Yeah, look, that's just a simple calculation based on the forecast and based on expectations around what the revenue received in those years will be, and therefore how much debt capacity the
and is
council
that
has.
in an agreement we have with the local government funding agency?
The LGFA sets the criteria, so we've just done a calculation to work out that there's effectively in FY19 there's $10.5 billion of debt capacity, whereas Auckland Council expects to have $9.5 billion of debt drawn down. I guess it's a judgment about how much headroom is a prudent level of headroom to hold. What we would comment is that there's other sources of financial flexibility other than debt. Obviously, there's a diversified financial assets portfolio which could be sold at relatively short notice to meet short-term financing requirements as well.
Okay, thank you. Just another question I have is in relation to PPPs, private-public partnerships. I don't know if these people answer, but I'm just curious to know, when we enter into those partnerships that they're talking about here today, and the partner has an asset which we have to prop up if they don't get the required income, does that come onto our balance sheet as a liability and are therefore included in our debt considerations?
Yep.
It is?
That's correct.
Yeah, thank you. So Sky Path would be in that category.
Are we not?
No, I'm just trying to flash this out in my mind. Just, asking questions, I just wanted to know what the answers are to these
Sorry,
particular
yeah, I don't know the details of the...
Okay. Well, we haven't got that sorted out yet. There's a few,
I wouldn't.
bit of water to go under the bridge before that's sorted out. Thank you.
Thank you.
Already.
Councillor Brewer.
Thank you. I've got to bet with Councillor Wood that he says Sky Path at least once at every meeting and social occasion, and he's honouring that. Just on commercial buildings, I've had a interest in what I've described in the past as kind of the Roman relics of fallen empires that are around, and you've attributed 280 million to those commercial/civic buildings. Are you saying, do you have a view on whether we sell them and relocate somewhere else, or we sell them and potentially stay there as lessees? And secondly, as EY suggested in their recommendations, is to broaden our accommodation strategy. Yes, we've got one across Auckland Council parent, but there seems to be a lot of conflict and lack of satisfaction that it doesn't extend across the group, including the CCOs and the IMSB. So do you also see an opportunity there in rationalisation of these commercial office buildings and civic centres to also get greater alignment with the CCOs, who seem to have their own each and every kind of accommodation strategy and plan that flies in other direction?
We haven't looked at that wider issue of council's actual requirements and whether there's synergies from greater combination of council and CCOs. Our analysis is just purely financial and making the observation that there doesn't seem to be anything unique about council's requirements for office space, and there's a freely available market for it, and therefore we question the need to own it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor John Watson.
Thank you. Just on the question to do with the local boards getting a piece of the action, I thought we already have a form of that in terms of that service optimisation resolution that we passed last year. So I think there is a form of that already in existence, so it would be interesting to know if any local boards have taken that up. Just in terms of your analysis of this sort of sale of assets, particularly as it goes to replacing something with a higher value, which in most cases would be housing. Did that really take account of the fact that in established urban areas, essentially the call's been made that there will be no more provision of open space as such, that will be confined to greenfield areas, so places like golf courses and whatnot, like the ones on the shore, that's it, there is no more to be provided. Did you take account of, in effect, the inability to replace like with like? Now that was what was said.
Yeah, no, look, saying, look, we're not advocating necessarily that you sell any parks, and certainly we haven't done any analysis to say this one could go or that one could go. All we're saying is you need to have the information to hand about the alternative, about the value that you've got tied up in any individual park or any individual piece of a park, so you can make informed decisions about the relative merits of retaining it as a park or using it in some other means. Yeah. So we haven't done a park by park analysis.
No, I understand that, but I guess in light of some of the other constraints that exist that have been well and truly signalled, numbers of options like that, when you look at it closely, are really practicable. If there's not to be a significant decrease in the service to the public that you've already signalled as an important part of any balancing that you might do.
Yeah, look, I mean, I think that's true, and that's for the council to decide. But we're not talking about selling 100% necessarily either. I mean, we are talking that if the council is trying to find $2 billion, it might be able to get that by selling as little as 5 to 10%, right? And it's not even like 5% of all parks. It might be bits of a range of parks. So the question still is worth asking, right? Can you deliver your obligations to provide green space using 90 to 95% of the existing amount, as opposed to requiring 100% of the existing amount. And the question, if you want to try and raise $2 billion, we think it's worth asking.
Was just on that notion of transference, because my impression is that with the overwhelming majority of council assets in the terms of buildings, they've had the choice of location to serve their communities, and that location is very important. And while there might be a hugely greater value that can be attracted to that land if it was something else was being done, the location is optimum for serving the surrounding community, and particularly in a period of hugely escalating land prices.
Yeah, look, and that might well be the case, but as we made the observation, right, you might form a different view about that if you thought that the land underneath something was worth $1 million, as opposed to if you found out the land underneath something was worth $10 million. You might think that actually sort of, maybe we could rent a space rather than own that land in buildings.
Thank you. And the last time I looked, people didn't have picnics in the middle of golf courses. Councillor Crum.
They do in Scotland.
So you've done some work in Christchurch, right? Can you just give us a couple of comments on their work in identifying what is strategic and what isn't, at least in relation to just consistency for their position?
The work we did in Christchurch was solely focused on the commercial assets. So it was much clearer, when they looked at each of the assets. Sorry, I'm not being very clear. With the let's say community and infrastructure assets, it's a different sort of set of choices that you have to make. With the commercial assets, it needs to be sort of very clear about exactly what it is, what the objectives are that you have for the asset in particular. So, for example, with Christchurch International Airport, the council owns 75% of that, and look, the council hasn't made any decisions, but when we discussed it with them, we were debating what could be the objectives for owning that airport, and obviously it's about economic development, and it's about ensuring that the performance of that asset is optimised. I think the thing to note is that even under other ownership, the council considered that its objectives are going to be pretty much aligned with what the private sector owner would do with that asset. Obviously, there's there's the risk, I guess, that with some assets that the business plan that a private sector owner might want to implement might be at odds with what the objectives might be for the council, but that's that needs to be asset specific.
I could just add to that. On page 60 of page 60 of our report, there's a flow chart here where we talk about the decision framework for working through to establish the strategic rationale for council ownership. And in Christchurch, there was a period of 5 or 6 workshops with councillors where we went through that very, very carefully, and concerns would be raised, work would be done, we'd come back, have another workshop, tick those things, move on, and at the end of it, there was a very widespread consensus about what was truly strategic and what wasn't.
Thank you. Councillor Clow.
Yeah, it's pretty well the same question I asked EY about the commercial assets and that which makes up 7%, but true valuation 9% of the assets. Is that clearly on the balance sheet is the only area where we actually get strong growth and gain generally, and probably fairly confident with the airport, for example, it's going to keep going up. Have you thought much about that? Because obviously you sell it, it's gone, bang. So we're then just going to be stuck with assets that are effectively community assets and infrastructure assets.
Yes, we have, actually. And there's probably a couple of observations to make. First of all, it's a truism that historical performance is no measure of expected future performance. And at any point in time, given the value today of an asset, basically what you can expect to get in the future for that asset is a standard commercial return. And, you know, there may be situations where it's appropriate for councils to own assets for the purposes of getting a standard commercial return. Our view is that in a situation where you are constrained from doing what you believe is value-enhancing infrastructure projects, that you need a stronger rationale for owning assets than that, and that you can also question, you know, is the primary role of the council here to fund those things that wouldn't otherwise get funded, such as infrastructure and community assets, rather than to invest in commercial assets that would exist without council funding. That ownership.
Okay, thank you. I have Councillor Lee.
Yes, I've been listening with interest, Madam Chair, but trying not to prolong the process. However, in terms of the Christchurch situation, which is somewhat academic and not personal to us, I'm interested to hear that the workshops in regard to, for instance, Christchurch Airport, one of the key assets of Christchurch City Holdings, this series of workshops, presumably to persuade councillors the merits of, to use your phrase, asset recycling, in that case, asset sales, partial or otherwise. Was there anyone in the room, was there any consultants with a brief to argue why it was good sense and a good long-term investment and strategic sense to hold revenue-earning assets? Was anyone giving that advice? Was there anything contestable, or just the
Councillor,
asset
that's
sale?
really nothing to do with this,
Sorry,
because that's to do with Christchurch. I think it's
Okay.
really not part of this debate.
You're probably right.
Councillor Hulse.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a couple of things. I just think we need to be clear. I think there's a little bit of misunderstanding around the issue of park assets and no more green space to be purchased. I don't think we can let that one just sit there, because I think that will cause an awful lot of concern as we look at upzoning and increasing urban density. We most certainly will be looking for opportunities for the purchase of new green space, and I think we need to make that really, really clear. The retention of our urban environment is absolutely critical to this city, you know, working for the next 30 years. So we just need to make that clear. The second thing is that that's probably a very good example of the opportunities that might exist to use that money to purchase those green spaces that are becoming increasingly expensive and unobtainable in these urban areas. And I don't think the ratepayers have got an appetite to spending cash on that sort of thing. So, you know, Madam Chair, just to be really clear, what you're proposing in your recommendations is an opportunity that we've got to then unpack all of these. The workshops are not to convince us to do anything. They're there to convince us of the fact that we need to take our role seriously and understand when to hold, when to fold, when to purchase, when to sell, and to do so from a fully informed basis rather than just from what we've always done or what we think we might need to do because we've heard it from someone down the road. I think this is an exceedingly valuable and useful piece of work, and I don't think we should be threatened by it at all. When we come to the debate about what we actually do with this work, that's certainly when it will get serious. But at the moment, I think it's an extraordinarily useful process.
Thank you. So I think that's a very good note to break for lunch on. Councillors, we have got some recommendations being added to the ones that we had, but I think if we break for lunch now, because it is 1:30 and you must all be starving, and I'm sure the people sitting in the back are, and then we can come back here at about, should we try and make it 10 to 2?
20 minutes.
Okay. Oh, well,
We never, let's be realistic.
Okay, half an hour. All right, 2 o'clock back here. Thank you very much. And I believe maybe one of you will stay, so can I say thank you very much to everybody else? Thank you. We've got a couple to add to those three that I put up before. Can we see them? Yep. Great. So I'm quite happy to accept these.
Oh gosh, where can we start?
Well, the thing is,
happy to talk to them.
I
Very
was
centrist.
quite happy to leave this till next year, but, you know, some of it's to do with operational and some of it's to do with others. Do you want to speak to them, Cameron?
Yeah,
You basically-
I will. I'll just shine some light because it does look a bit hard on the eyes to read them from there.
Can we scroll down to B?
No, it's it's from D. These are ones that Dick and I have put up. They're largely to just
basically
put in a bit more focus on the generic one that you've talked about with the workshop and noting the successes that the organisation's already having in certain areas. One is to explore the opportunities around the international airport. The second one is post-port study to explore the options around leasing, as has been pointed out by both reports. Another one is around car park intensifications, as has been discussed, and the opportunities there in market uplift. The next one is to minimise duplicated common back office functions, and as the report notes in the EY report, that this could save 15.2 million annually, 10% compounding savings in the communications, HR, ICT, and that's 1% rates right there and then. Again, just further work. Next one, direct staff to review those $280 million worth of commercial buildings slash former civic entities, I suppose, and noting that the CCOs and the parent could do better with an accommodation strategy and the savings that have been mapped out as estimated in the EY report. And then it goes on to directing staff, as I think your amendment already addresses, Madam Chair, about ongoing review in and around the group's significant fleet of vehicles. So it's just shining some light on certain aspects that I suppose I and Councillor Quacks and possibly some others don't want kind of swept over, that these in some of our eyes might be seen as more significant than possibly others and worthy of a bit more extra interrogation. If I can I speak to this now, Madam Chair, since I've taken you through just quickly?
I think I've got an amendment ahead of yours.
Oh, have you?
Remember?
Okay, well maybe I'll support yours, you can support mine.
Councillors, now I've thought long and hard about Councillor Casey's amendment. I'm very reluctant to accept it because workshops are for discussion.
That's right.
And examining things. There are legal ramifications here of what decisions we make. And we don't make decisions, as Councillor Casey has often said, at workshops. You make the decisions in meetings. And our meetings will be open. But to suggest that we can discuss some of the issues that are in this report in open, we need to be able to ask clear, concise questions, ask the staff to do more work, to come back, all those sorts of things. So I'm not accepting Councillor Casey's
What standing
amendment.
order are you using not to accept it?
I've had advice.
Chairman's ruling.
Standard standing order, please.
It's not a standing order. As chairman,
It needs to be a standing order, so you need to tell me which one you're disallowing it under.
Oh, it's chair's discretion, isn't it?
The chair has final discretion, I think.
Chairperson's ruling.
Yeah. Which standing order is that, please?
My wonderful Elaine will have a we will find it. I haven't got mine.
Give me 2 seconds and I'll find
Councillor Philippone.
Chair, just based on your ruling, would that also apply to these recommendations?
Oh, no.
These recommendations.
Well, these ones, and the reason I say that is because obviously when both Cameron Partners and Ernst & Young actually came through, it was interesting, the word that they used, which was, well, words, which was one, our findings, and two, related observations, but more observations and conclusions. So with these recommendations that I'm seeing up there, what I'm looking at is us taking as gospel both of these reports, and I don't think it needs to be taken as gospel in regards to any of the options, because we're asking the Chief Executive in H, for example, to undertake what we believe is correct with this particular document. So I think if the workshop, if anything, your ruling should apply to these as well, because I'm only looking at these as findings and not recommendations, as been said around this chamber.
Well, Councillor Filipaina, all we're asking in these recommendations is for further work to be done on aspects that are in the report. So they will inform us when we actually come back to the workshop in February, instead of just starting from a blank piece of paper that we actually have had. And the Chief Executive's quite happy, and so is the Chief Financial Officer. We've put sort of, to have a look, and we've discussed it with them, and I mean, it gives them a basis for moving forward, which is very simple, but you can vote those down if you like.
Oh, no, I will be, but I mean, just supplementary to your comment then, Chair, in regards to both reports, I mean, are there any conflicting findings or conclusions when we relate to any of the recommendations that are up there?
Well, that's for the officers to explore, isn't it?
Well, I mean, you've mentioned Ernst & Young. I mean, what about Cameron Partners in regards to their report, whether it's conflicting to some of your recommendations? That's all I'm asking.
No, we've had a look at them, Councillor Filipaina. There's no conflicting. All we're doing is asking the staff, the Chief Executive, to direct staff to have a look at some of those issues.
Point of order, Madam Chairman.
Yes?
Can you tell me what standing order you're telling me down on?
1.2.4.
Underneath it says, if any member disagrees with a chairperson's ruling, the member is entitled to set out his or her reasons for disagreeing and have these standing orders available to refer to, but the chairperson's final decision must apply. I'd like the opportunity to disagree with you and have it recorded in the minutes.
Right, that's fine.
And the following reasons. This council is responsible for the combined assets of 8 other councils. It's the most important decisions we will ever make, and we're going into hiding, and it's absolutely ludicrous. Absolutely ludicrous. I didn't see anybody elected on a platform of asset sales. I did see some people, including myself and the mayor, elected on a platform not to sell strategic assets. We should own our political views at this table. I have no worries about anybody listening to me at any time on anything at this council. And so we can get some political or legal advice that says we may not discuss X or Y. But every person who's watching this today and out there has a view on whether we should or should not sell things like parks, libraries, golf courses, housing for older people. People
where
have a
does
view.
it say in this that we're going to sell anything?
Well, actually, the public of Auckland won't know what we're going to sell if we go behind closed doors to do it.
They will, because anything that is discussed at the workshop, which is what I've been trying to point out, will then be brought back
The
to
decisions will be made. What the people will not get is the views of their elected members.
Councillor Casey, that's total nonsense. And
It's
please,
nonsense, and you know it.
it isn't. We will actually discuss it in a workshop. We will bring to a finance and performance meeting any decisions that we want to be made, which will then inform either an annual plan or an LTP to go out to the public.
Shocking.
It is not something that's going to be done behind closed doors.
Madam Chair, these would
except for
significance policy. This would trigger that, wouldn't it?
Absolutely. But
So there's a huge process.
So can I just say, I mean, we're asking the staff to do more further operational efficiencies, to have a look at it.
I can't read anything that's on the board, so I won't be voting for it. Unless it can be given to me, I can't read it.
Just trust me, Kate.
Yeah, right.
Right.
Madam Chair.
Doesn't mention social housing.
Just on the basis that we really didn't have these proposed additional recommendations,
Outside of a little bit of licence at the back end of most of them, I'm reasonably comfortable with those as ways of further ballasting the information that may come through. So I just want to get an assurance that we will keep this work within a reasonable frame from Sue, because a fair amount of the stuff relating to the benefits or otherwise of a sale, part or all of the airport shares has been pretty much provided by the two reports. So we've paid $500,000 so far for the reports that we've seen. So can Susan just sort of give us a little bit of a lead on how she'd respond to these requests so that we don't overly amp the work?
No.
And get it back here in February. Now, Madam Chair, the second part to this is that on the basis that as a consequence of the workshop, we actually decided to move on some parts of what have been proposed, then of course we would be looking for probably even more. And I would suspect that whoever the next mayor is and the next council is will be looking to absolutely get a lot more. So I think you need to give us a little bit of a lead, so on just how far you would be taking these recommendations to enable a reasonably decent discussion in February that would lay the platform for the next election's discussion on asset retention or sale. And then, Madam Chair, can I just speak finally, because I don't want any misunderstandings from anyone around this chamber or elsewhere as to what I feel about this process and how I think we should proceed. Okay.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair, to respond to your questions, Mr Mayor. The first points relating to the first two parts, the airport and the port, as has been rightly noted by many councillors in the room, I should say, this afternoon, those are they trigger significance issues. I would expect that we have the majority of the work that we need to be able to expand in more detail upon the reports from Cameron Partners and EY, just to be able to come back to committee with stepping out what that would what that would involve. With respect to the operational pieces, we do have again a large amount of that information to hand. We can use the work that EY and Cameron Partners have done to clarify some of the activity that we have, and also as good reference points to refer back to. We may need to revert back to both parties with one or two questions. However, I would expect that we've got the majority of the capacity that we need to actually explore those options in-house ourselves, as we are already doing.
Right, thank you. Madam Chair, if I can speak to the recommendation and support of it. So I want to support the recommendations here today, councillors, and I want to do so against two or three key backdrops to this discussion. The first is that the reports should give us a lot of confidence. And both the reports are very clear that our balance sheet is extremely strong, and I really want that reiterated around the community, and that the decisions that we might make out of this are to really embellish the balance sheet and not to deal with any other issue or any perceived challenge within our balance sheet. I think this message is really critical and it's assuring. Secondly, what is also part of our challenge, and it's been the challenge of this council for the first two terms and for future councils, is that we are constrained around rate increases, we're constrained around borrowing and debt levels, we are constrained around how much user charges we can charge, we are constrained with government support. We tried to address this through motorway tolls and or regional petrol taxes, because most of our challenges are around transport and complementing our transport spend, not really around anywhere else. And so we have some natural constraints. Have I changed my view necessarily on the port or airport holding? Absolutely not. And what I've read here doesn't change that much either. But what I have assured the community in all of the meetings that I go to, and certainly have been going to over the last 18 months, as we've discussed in LTP, is we need to be well informed as to exactly why we make that decision. And so the submissions from both these companies today actually are not dissimilar to the ones that I've been hearing for the last 20, 25 years. And so, you know, is there anything different in there? No. But am I prepared and wanting for us to actually have a discussion so our community understands? Absolutely. Now, there's one cautionary tale in here, because this will form the part of a mayoral and councillor election next year, and so we might as well get this on the table so that you're aware that you're not arguing and discussing this matter in a vacuum. It's all fine and well to present commercial prerequisites and principles and say this is what you should do. But I can tell you the political reality is quite different. I'm the only one around this table the last two terms who's fought 2 mayoral debates, and at the heart of those has been the very clear presumption that we would not sell the airport or Port Shares. Yeah. And I got elected twice on that, and that was right at the heart of it. Now, the only person, basically, who ran that. Now, I'm saying this to you as a precautionary tale, because we're not going to run this, it will be run in the LTP. And the second part of that is that the Mayor leads the policy strategy discussion in this council under the new legislation. And so whoever the new Mayor is going to be in October next year will by necessity, lead this discussion. And I think it is critical to, in effect, set the framework for that mayoral debate with us here, and also for each of you. Now, this is a tough one. I've been in meetings all around the city, and I've actually floated with people, do we sell Port Shares or airport shares? And boy, oh boy, they do not want to do it. It is a really clear positioning of the community around here. And so that just needs to be the backdrop of how we go forward in this discussion. And, you know, I'm looking forward to further discussions in February next year and all the information coming in. But ultimately, there's a community out there that is not very supportive of those issues, but that should not stop us from informing them the best we can exactly what these shares are worth and what would be the consequences of selling. So I support the recommendation.
Thank you. Now, Cameron, do you want to, I mean, you got halfway through and then I stopped you.
Look, well, I just want to reiterate, Madam Chair, that this is the amendment that Councillor Quacks and I have, or amendments that Councillor Quacks and I put up, puts focus on, particular focus on the airport, on the ports company, on commercial buildings, on the fleet, on our civic buildings, and on ongoing operational costs. And I suppose I encourage people to read between the lines, because what it doesn't put focus on, and some may have already seen this, it doesn't put focus on the AECT issue. It doesn't put focus on privatisation or partially or wholly or however of water care. It doesn't put focus on our 1,400 homes for older Aucklanders. It doesn't put focus on our community assets, particularly golf courses and particularly in Remuera. And and so it's focusing largely on operational ongoing, because there are ongoing operational savings, but ones to further complement that work that's already underway. It focuses on our commercial assets, and again, as some of the speakers have articulated, this is all about enabling greater transport infrastructure and greater investment in community assets. And so I have picked up here what I see politically, as the Mayor has articulated, the political dynamics are quite different, but politically I would see these as the lowest hanging fruit. And again, this is a case about selling some of the old family silver and buying some new family silver. And the old rhetoric of the past 5 years that don't ever, you know, are happy to look at the numbers, but the proceeds will never stack up to the dividends we receive, has frankly been blown out of the water, particularly in the case of a partial or whole sell down of Auckland International Airport. And when you look at Ports of Tauranga, over the last 22 years since they were partly listed, and Bay of Plenty Regional Council, I think, holding on to 55%, they have been the best performing stock on the New Zealand Stock Exchange. And George knows their record better than most, as he's already articulated. And so perhaps we really need, it's time to explore that, particularly when you see the lead story of today's business story, that the Ports of Auckland year-ending profit is down 15%, and guess who they point the finger to?
The workers.
So that is some of the low-hanging fruit that I am particularly interested in, and what this articulates for further work to be done. And again, protecting, from my point of view, no more than a precursory look at the likes of Watercare, AECT, and some of our critical community infrastructure, regional parks, social housing and the likes, golf courses. The Mayor ruled out in 2011 asset sales. He campaigned on the bottom of Gladstone Road with his arms folded for the TVCs. No asset sales under my watch. But that has since changed. And also in 2011 he said the CRL will never be funded off the back of asset sales. Well, the reality is it's changed because ratepayers are carrying, as Councillor Wood has articulated, the first 400 million, potentially the first 1.5 billion of the city rail link. That's entirely on the ratepayers' back. Yes, the government have come through, but we've yet to see the money until 2020. Apparently it's coming. But this remains a 60-40 project. And again, if we are to fund the city rail link, we need to start looking at other assets that we can liquidate partially or wholly. And so I, again, endorse these recommendations as those that are probably the most palatable to many Aucklanders. Now, one can say that there's been two mayoral debates run on holding our assets. Well, I could also point to historic record Auckland voting in a nationwide sense for the last three elections that has been the main champion of the policy platform peddled by the Prime Minister and the Auckland Cabinet and MPs, has been exactly that, asset sales. And Auckland, the National Party, have never done better in Auckland than the last three elections. And so for anyone to say that there's no mandate for asset sales, well, let's see how, I forget who the leader of the Labour Party is currently, but let's see how they go next time trying to peddle that. And I'd finally wind up, Madam Chair, is that if a next Mayor of Auckland thinks they can come in and peddle that failed Wellington-based political doctrine that served them so poorly, then they need to take a more open mind, because frankly, Madam Chair, to discard this outright, as one mayoral aspirant has done already, and criticise the council for spending the money to dare look at the report without reading the report, shows him up. And so I would like to think that the majority of this work can get here before anyone such as him or the Labour Party get a stronger hold of this council. Because if he gets in, there'll be no asset sales, there'll be rates increases, debt increases, tolls increases, tax increases, everything else. And this is a suggestion, a prudent suggestion for us to explore further work to be lighter on the ratepayers of Auckland. And if there's anyone that needs some rates relief, it's those in Eden, Albert, Roskill that have been nailed the most and had the least support. Thank you.
Cameron Brewer for Mayor. Brewer for Mayor.
Oh, no, don't do that.
Actually, I was hoping we could sell it all so that we could actually seal the roads in Rodney. Councillor Darby.
Can we just scroll up, Chair?
Yes.
Can we just scroll up and see your first motions?
They're all part of it.
Can I just ask a question first? I thought the intent was that we get around the table as whole of council and have a discussion about these two reports before we embark on cherry picking. Was that the intention?
That was the intention.
However, it does seem sensible to get the Chief Executive over the Christmas and January period to do some preliminary work. That's all we're asking for.
print 20 copies of
In this.
Madam Chair, I'll be supporting A, B and C and come to the workshop and be open to discussing the two reports. Madam Chair, I just want to say a few things about these reports, and you know, these aren't new. This is not the first time that councils in Auckland, those that preceded us, have seen such reports. Every 5, 8 years they come around, and councils are always looking for a silver bullet, but there is no silver bullet. The emphasis on our request was to seek a review of alternative financing, and I draw attention back to that again. We haven't received that. We've received some 260 pages here of reports from these two companies and institutions they are, and I'm sure they've got a good understanding of their business, but we did stress the importance for a review of alternative financing. I don't see that. EY a little, Cameron's less. EY maybe about sort of 15 pages on that. Cameron's significantly less. In my eyes, I just see this as a reprise of Rogernomics, real good old 1980s memorabilia, turfed out again, been there, done that, or doing that. I don't see a lot here in that our organisation is not already embarking on. There's a lot in here, and there's not just 5 recommendations, Councillor Brewer, or options. There's about 20 or 30, if not more, if you interrogate this report fully. And I don't want to jump to the conclusion that we're only going to ask the Chief Financial Officer to investigate maybe 4 or 5 areas. But look, if you look at this, we spent $500,000 on these two reports. $500,000, and that comes in at around, I don't know, a couple of $1,000s a page, $4,000 a page, almost, if you consider the overlap. That would buy quite a bit of the Tamaki Drive master plan, maybe, or other things. Now, these two reports rely a lot on the things that we already know. That's what surprised me when I was reading these, and a lot of the things that the Chief Financial Officer, Chief Executive are embarking on right now and have been over the last 2 years as work that is suggested we embark on as outlined in the reports. We're already doing it. It's very much, for me, I've seen it all before. Just different language, very little on alternative financing. You know, back in the 80s, they talked about asset sales, then that became asset optimisation and full and partial sell down, and then it became asset recycling, and then we finally heard the term MOMs, mixed ownership models. So we just get different language to describe the same thing, which is hocking off strategic assets in many cases. On water care, and as one of the writers of these reports highlighted, you'd have to double the price of water to make water care something that was palatable to the investment community. And no doubt it would end up in the hands of some offshore entity, and they would loot those dividends off to a foreign land. Exactly. The same risk is for AIA, Auckland International Airport. And if I can just say, when we had our workshop, and I can't remember which of the two entities said, it would be somewhat positive if disposed. Now imagine if someone came to you and you were thinking of selling your house or your family silver, and they said it would be somewhat positive if you disposed of this. You're going to jump at that? I'd be somewhat asking a lot of questions about their somewhat positive suggestion that you should sell Auckland International Airport. So I've done my own desktop analysis, they've done theirs. I've done my desktop analysis of Auckland International Airport, and we've got a 22.4%. In the last 5 years, we've taken dividends of 12 million, 27, 35, 120, 38. $232 million in dividends all up. Oh my gosh. But what they don't take account of is the capital growth in that period. 38 million, 32, 157, 160, 277, 694 million of capital growth in the 5-year period, a total return of 926 million. So in 5 years, it's gone from a value of 620 odd million, I think, up to 926 million.
and, yeah, 621 million to 926. We could have foregone, to get 621, if we had have put this on the market 10 years ago, we could have got 621, we would have foregone 926. Now, that is absolutely phenomenal, and none of those total returns have been referred to here today. The dividend forecasts have been referred to, but not the capital growth forecasts. They have not been referred to. There's phenomenal growth potential at Auckland International Airport, and that's why everybody wants to get their hands on it. We're going from 30,000 FTEs out there to 90,000 full-time jobs in 2041. It's our only true international airport, and it enables us to have continued exposure to a phenomenally growing market, the tourism market, the biggest part of New Zealand's economy, let alone ours. There are positives in the reports, and I recognise that, such as tolls, but we've done that work, and I hope we continue to do it. Might disagree with some of you around the table on that one, but I think that's an area that we need to keep working on. It does refer to non-rateable land. Now, there's no suggestion in those motions that we should pursue that. I would like to pursue the issue of non-rateable Crown land. At the moment, my desktop analysis, $8.7 million we're foregoing from Crown land that could be rated. $8.7 million every year. Universities, and we know there's a lot of businesses at universities, research institutions, etc., $2.8 million. If we go to GST on rates, in Auckland, our people pay us $241 million in GST, tax on tax. $450 per ratepayer, tax on tax. Is that worth investigating? Not mentioned in these reports. I think we should be embarking in some examination of that. And Chair, I look at this and I think, and I've heard talk of selling the family silver to get better silver. I mean, this is not family silver, this is city silver, and it's quite a different thing. And you don't sell your city silver like it's a silver bullet solution. It is just not. There's no upside in selling city silver, the real good hard silver that is always of high value, and you go off and buy a bronze plaque with the councillor's name, I opened this, Councillor X.
Devonport Library.
And that is it, selling city silver for a councillor's very special bronze plaque. So I would not look at these reprised reports.
Councillor Darby, you are straying a wee bit because nobody's talking about selling anything, and some of these issues will come back. So carry
Yes, they do.
Cycle lane.
Every code for it.
I can't hear Councillor Darby because of the two colleagues on my left.
So just to close,
Everything goes
Yeah,
through
this is
the-
quite good.
just to close, Madam Chair.
This is to enable your cycleways.
Carry on, Chris.
We do need to keep working on, the cost centre of our business, and we need to improve the productivity of some 300 business units that we have within our organisation, and we need to work our assets harder, and we need to incubate innovation like never before within this organisation. Let's keep searching for that. But let's keep searching for alternative means of financing this organisation, but neither of these reports shone a light on that in any great regard at all.
So councillors, I've got a speaking list. I just remind you that at the Budget Committee on the 8th of May,
That's right.
it says to undertake a review of the Auckland Council's mix of funding sources to inform the annual plan, with the broad objectives of further reducing the proportion of council revenue funded from rates, maximising the return on council investments, and exploring alternative sources of funding, including from optimisation of assets that are poorly aligned with council.
And did Councillor Darby vote for that?
Madam
Chair?
Chair, what was the vote? Madam Chair, can I just say, there's a lot of noise over here.
Yep.
These are the fourth formers. I think these are the
Third formers.
no, they're the sixth formers.
What are we, Madam Chair? Up the head of the table.
So can we just focus on what is in front of us? I don't see the word sale anywhere there, but never mind. Councillor Penrose.
I was going to say, Madam Chair.
Come on.
No. I just thought this was supposed to be just putting everything on the table so we can have a robust discussion back in February.
We will do in February.
Madam Chair, I'm just wondering though, there's a need for because I know that the CFO gave us an undertaking that she was going to deal with motor vehicles. And that was one of her...
It already says it, fleet management at the top.
Yep, that she was going to make sure that that was an undertaking.
It's in B.
Well, it's in B.
It's in B, fleet management.
Don't really need it, but never mind.
C.
Sorry, C.
Okay, so mover and, I mean, I'm quite happy to take I out or leave it in, as Ms Tyndall and myself don't mind. Councillor Clow.
Just, I'm going to be very brief, but just on Councillor Casey's wanting to have an open session, I mean, I have some sympathy for that, but I wasn't particularly happy that it was just going to be a chair's ruling that it's not to be. Wouldn't there be a standing order that would protect us discussing essentially commercial assets? Certainly, you know, I mean, we've got shares on the stock exchange, we've got the value. I would have thought we would have a rationale to actually have it in a workshop, in a closed workshop, based on that alone.
And that's what I said.
Was that the final ruling?
Part of the reason. Because, I mean, the thing is...
Okay, I thought it was chair's ruling.
Well, it is a chair's ruling.
I'm just saying commercial sensitivity.
It is commercial sensitivity.
It just may look better. Anyway, I just wanted to say I do welcome these reports. I personally am going to struggle with any asset realisation and rationalisation, but certainly I have an open mind. I'm assuming, for example, we're not going to put any effort, the staff's not going to put any effort or much effort into investigating the sale of water care, for example, because that would be a waste of basically staff time, I would have thought, knowing around the table here. But I'm happy because I actually think this is our fiduciary duty to actually have this discussion, and I think it's really important that we all need to be aware of that. You can't just shut it down and not discuss it.
Exactly.
The key thing is we're not making any decisions today. We may not be making any decisions at a workshop. It just could be
decisions at a workshop.
well, recommendation. So it could be just very much an evolutionary thing, but I just really stress I think it's our fiduciary duty as elected members and elected councillors we're supposed to have a broad perspective of Auckland, Greater Auckland, and not our own situation. So I think it's really important we do support these just on that basis alone.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Clow. Councillor Wood.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. And I just want to say that there ain't no such thing as a free lunch. So if you know, alternative funding, we've got to find ways of alternatively providing for that funding, because there's certainly it's certainly not going to happen unless we are actively engaged in this process. I just think that I think these reports, as Councillor Clow said, are probably something we should have done quite some time ago. Got some real objective reports in relation to the council's funding and our balance sheet. And you know, there's things in the Cameron and Partners, for instance, report in relation to that ceiling between our level of borrowing and the cut-off point, 275% of the income.
I can't hear him.
Linda, could you, Cameron, please?
I think it says there.
Sorry, Madam Chair.
It says it raises the anomaly that we don't have water care or ports of Auckland included in that in those figures. So we operate under the local government funding agency, which has statutory powers in relation to how it works. So it's all signed up there. We're signed up to that agency. So I do believe that we are pretty high up in the level of debt that we have as far as that 275 trigger point. So I think that there's some very good work that's been done already by the reporting from these two organisations, and it now behoves the officers to go away and look at it further. I just want to say that in the report points out that Aucklanders in the long-term plan, Aucklanders don't have an appetite for large increases in rates or council debt. That's what's set out in our own long-term plan. So that's the kind of thing, that's the kind of background that we're operating in at the present time. And I think that It really is that we've got to look at all these options, go through it systematically, don't discard things today, because I think that would be at our peril. So I think the people of Auckland expect us to do this work, and it'll be a good way forward, and it's going to be an ongoing process. I thank the Chief Financial Officer and her team for getting this work done, and I think it'll be a good plateau to start the work on. Thank you, Madam Chair.
So, councillors, I've had 3 people speak for. Is there? I'm just wondering. I've got some other people want to speak, but is there anyone wants to speak against?
Yes,
the
please.
Recommendations?
Can I take a point of order for clarification, Chair?
Yep.
There were a few interjections when I was speaking about there's no suggestion of selling, and you said sale is not mentioned. Can I just draw your attention to D? Does it not say explore undertaking a partial or full sell down? There is suggestion of sale.
Sorry.
It's in the
Well,
report.
yeah, it's in the
Read
report.
it.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, get rid of it.
Sorry. No.
Oh, rubbish.
No, we're not. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank
Get
you.
rid of
No,
it.
good point of order. Thank you.
Get that one. Jeez, get that out of the manifesto.
There might be selling all of them, I think.
Yeah, I've got 'em.
We should get rid of the lot.
I thought she's on a brown.
Okay, right, thank you. So, I've got Linda, Penny, Dick and Wayne, so, and Mike, so do we have a full debate, or do I say I've had 3, 4? Is there anyone against it?
Your decision, Madam Chair.
No,
Have another meeting at
I
3
think
o'clock.
so.
Madam.
I know that, thank you. So, Wayne, you want to speak against the recommendations?
Sure, I just want to follow on from Councillor Darby's comments about this being cherry picking. I'm not very happy with these reports. They don't really deliver on a number of the expectations that that I had, and I would hope that the Chief Financial Officer is able to go broader, hear the conversation that's been around the table, and if this goes through, not be limited to what's up there, because I think it's rather narrow. A real concern I've got is around timing, and I don't think the issue of timing has been addressed in terms of consideration of selling anything. Auckland is on a roll because of this council, because of integration. Our transport, our infrastructure, our investments, our tourism, many things are coming together. And the value of any assets that we've got, especially ports, especially airports, is going to go up. The value of any real estate we've got is going to go up. And I'd suggest it's going to go up significantly more in the future than what it has done over many years in the past. So I've got real concerns about placing what we're doing in some longer term context in terms of our investment opportunities, in terms of our strategic opportunities. We need to put an Auckland plan overlay over this, which is not just about money. It's about our social concerns, our community concerns, our environmental concerns, all the things that we're around the table here for that amount to the success of Auckland. And I just don't think that we've got adequate context around that, and I made that point earlier. So while I am keen on a conversation, and my view is that that conversation should also involve local boards, I'm very concerned that we narrow ourselves if that is the process that is occurring here. So I'm happy with the earlier recommendations, but not those that follow on.
You, Councillor Lee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I, having began local government service in 1992, have been through this argument before, so there's nothing really new here. When I first was elected to the Auckland Regional Council, there was right in the middle of a debate about selling Ports of Auckland, and at the time our financial advisors, Faye Richwhite, Bancorp, were advocating the sale. In fact, put out a beautiful glossy booklet called A Time to Sell, and the price they were looking at was 200 million, which was round about the regional debt, strangely enough, and that was attractive to a lot of the members. In the end, the attempt to sell due to the public outcry failed by 1 vote. But since that time, $2 billion, just under $2 billion worth of income has flowed into the region and into investments, especially in transport, and the enormous enhancement of infrastructure investment that occurred from the mid-90s on, starting with the upgrade of the Manukau wastewater treatment plant and all those other, especially rail, was due to that funding stream, that investment stream, that steady funding stream. And the diversified fund I referred to earlier has a component of that dividend stream. Madam Chair, so I would agree with the speakers who say there's nothing much new in these reports, and there is an irony. It's a small irony compared to a larger irony I will refer to later, but you know, the why we need extra funding is because of our costs, and yet we have almost a schizophrenic approach to income and expenditure, revenue and costs, in that $500,000 can go onto these reports without blinking an eye. That I find quite ironic. We do have problems in terms of our costs, and yet we've had all sorts of reports. We have the consensus, whatever it was, group to look for alternative transport funding from McGreedy-Winder, and they've had these two reports all look at ways of finding extra revenue or funding, but we've never had that approach to looking at our cost, having people come in and analyse our cost structure and see if we can do better. Always just one side of it, supply side rather than demand side, and it's not a balanced approach. There seems, in regard to selling assets, what has been blurred in the reports that these assets are income providers. They are alternative funding mechanisms, funding streams. All the other alternative funding approaches we've looked at, tolls, user charges, in a sense, they all hit the same ratepayers, the same people. So yes, it's alternative. An alternative approach to rates, but actually you're taking it off the same people. Unlike these income earning assets, they bring in real alternative revenue into this council and into this region to enable us to fund our investments in infrastructure, which are not earners. They're essential, but they're not earners, and that's the difference. It's no point in saying we're just selling some old silver to get some new silver. That's obscuring it. The fact of the matter is we're selling income. Well, some of us want to sell income earning silver to pay for costly stuff that's going to cost us. The CRL, for instance, is something we need to fund. We never talk about Crown funding, but that's another weakness.
That's the problem.
That's another weakness in this report. But however, in terms of the CRL, that's going to cost a lot of money. But so we were to sell an income-earning asset to get us that, to buy us that. What's going to pay for the upkeep? Because the CRL will be expensive to operate. You know, I'm talking about millions and millions a year.
100 million.
Now, in terms of costs, Madam Chair,
Good.
at the LTP, members accepted an amendment without dissent for a investigation into quite significant cost disparities between Auckland and Wellington Rail, just as an example, a subset of our huge annual expenditure. And the independent investigator found there was nothing to answer. All okay, not the mildest criticism of management, and in fact his only recommendation was bump up the hop card. I strongly disagreed with those conclusions, and I'll be pursuing that matter further, but it's just an example of where there seems to be a corporate unwillingness to really look hard at our costs, but also at the same time almost a determination to drive us down the track into asset sales. In terms of Ports of Auckland, I've heard it before and it's repeated again, it's been rebutted before but it still gets repeated, that somehow if you sell the shares in Ports of Auckland and privatise it, there's a mystical connection between shareholding and performance, technical performance, and it will perform better because apparently Tauranga does. Members, there was a dispute with the public and the Ports of Auckland and the council, which were on the same side earlier this year, and I was critical of this council and critical of Ports of Auckland. But I went down to Ports of Auckland for a briefing recently. I asked for a briefing.
Point of order, Madam
And
Chair.
I was...
Point of order.
Yes, councillor Cracks.
Look, I know that the amendment put up by councillor Brewer and myself is fairly wide-ranging, but I would ask you to just please get councillor Lee back onto the
Councillor Lee, you are
addressing.
straying into some pretty...
What I'm saying, Madam Chair, I am keeping strictly to the point, and the point about this whole process is asset sales. And I want to tell you that the Ports of Auckland, contrary to the negative article in the press this morning, is actually performing excellently. Go down and get a briefing. Educate yourselves about what the Ports of Auckland does and how it's performing. You'll be extremely impressed. And I'll tell you something else, Madam Chair. If you really want to sell the Ports of Auckland, talking it down in public is a dumb thing to do. The Ports of Auckland is a high-value asset. It will perform even better in the future, and it is a genuine alternative funding stream, as is Auckland International Airport. And to alienate those assets for a short-term benefit, which will be spent very quickly, will mean, ironically, deeply ironically, that we are destroying our main sources of real alternative funding. Thank you.
Madam Chair, I move that the motion now be put.
I'll second.
You've already spoken, you can't.
I didn't speak, no, I did not.
You moved a point of order, you
Oh,
can't.
no, that's not speaking to
That
the,
is-
that's
yes,
not
it
speaking
is.
to the
Oh,
amendment.
yes, it is.
Right, no, it's not.
Can't have it both ways.
I'll move it.
Oh, there you go. Let's check up on that.
He's sharp, eh? No, he's not.
Sharp, but he's wrong.
I want to check up on that one.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded that for a closure motion. Do I take it on voices?
Sorry,
Those
point of order, can I just actually, before that was said, I did pass in a further amendment of councillor Quaxon and, whose whatever amendment it is, further down,
D.
Quaxon Brewer. I had some amendments there that councillor and I myself have put up, in order to make it more palatable, I will say.
Quite happy to accept it.
So which are your amendments? Are they on this piece of paper?
D.
All options means sale.
Why are we getting rid of sell down, isn't it?
Because councillor Darby
We're
pointed
talking
out
about-
that that wasn't supposed to be in there, so I'm just putting the same as what is an E further down, which is all options.
Matter of
which keeps it.
clarification, Madam Chair?
I'm sorry.
Does it?
Yeah,
Says it's
councillor Cooper.
Can
I just point out that this is actually for the workshop. This is not this is what we've been asking, and this is why I wasn't going to go into specifics for the workshop, because I knew it would get messy. But we do want to have a workshop and look at everything, so I'm quite keen that the staff is able to do some of this work for the workshop. That's all we're asking at this stage for February, rather than turn up in February and then ask for a whole lot of work. So if there's some areas, and some of these areas, we're going to take I out, Councillor Brewer, because it's already covered in C. It is, Councillor Brewer.
No, it's recommendations made by EY and work that's being done.
Yes, I realise that, but we said that. We said that in there, okay? So all we're asking for in D, E and F and G is for the councils, this council, not publicly or anything, just to do internally, as we've heard from the Chief Financial Officer, this work to better inform our workshop.
Yes,
okay?
very sensible.
Now, are we all clear? And we've had a closure motion. So, all those in favour?
What are we voting on?
Closure motion.
Madam Chair, can someone move a closure motion? That you can, all right, thank you.
Okay, all right, so it's been moved that the motion under debate now be put. All those in favour?
Aye.
Against?
No.
Well, I think it's...
Recorded.
Okay, so that was carried.
Record against the closure.
So,
Same.
I will put, it's been moved and seconded, I will put those recommendations.
By division.
By division.
Can we move them separately?
We take A, B and C first.
Yes, please.
Yes.
Okay, we'll take A, B and C first.
By division?
By division. Right, go for it. He's not here. Oh, yes, he is.
Your Worship.
Yes.
Councillor Nye.
Aye.
Councillor Brewer.
Or
Councillor Casey.
No.
Councillor Cashmore.
Yes.
Councillor Clow.
Yes.
Councillor Cooper.
Or
Councillor Darby.
For.
Councillor Philippaina.
Aye.
Deputy Mayor Hulse.
Aye.
Councillor Crum.
What?
Councillor Lee.
Aye.
Councillor Penrose.
For.
Councillor Quacks.
Or.
Councillor Stewart.
yes.
Councillor Sir John Walker. Councillor Wayne Walker.
yes.
Councillor Watson.
Yep.
Councillor Wood.
Yes.
Chair Webster.
What's the point of that division?
Yeah, I think that was, goodness, I think that was carried. Now we're going to do D to H.
By division.
By division. Everyone know what they're voting for?
Yes.
Good, right.
Your Worship.
Aye.
Councillor Anai.
Aye.
Councillor Brewer.
Or
Councillor Casey.
Oh,
Councillor Cashmore.
Yes.
Councillor Clow.
Yes.
Councillor Cooper.
Or
Councillor Darby.
Against.
Councillor Philippaina.
Against.
Deputy Mayor Hulse.
I'm being prompted by my right.
Come
don't
back to
listen
it.
to him.
I,
Yesterday's
no,
meeting.
and I am going to vote no.
Councillor
Forbidden by the right.
Councillor
I can't
Crum.
believe you said
Or-
that, Petty, after all you've been saying to me.
Councillor Lee.
No.
Councillor Penrose.
For.
Councillor Quacks.
Or.
Councillor Stewart.
Yes.
Councillor Sir John Walker.
Or
Councillor Wayne Walker.
no.
Councillor Watson.
No.
Councillor Wood.
Yes.
Chair Webster.
Yes. Right, thank you, that was carried. Thank you, councillors, that was a very useful discussion to have had. I will now
well done.
move that we go into capital. I got a second.